Sorry for the technical issues. Yeah, it looks. I think what happened was that I was basically like trying to stream Monster Hunter and then it crashed my OBS and then I think OBS settings just got messed up when it crashed, so I just had to do like a hard restart. But yeah, all right, we back now. Scared me for a moment there. I thought like the new installation of OBS probably messed up something as well. But we back. We don't have to be a YouTuber today, which is a good thing. All right. I'm gonna get my chat. So let's go ahead and get started here. Also, I stumbled upon this really nice photo spot in Natlan. So if you guys haven't seen it before, do check it out. This is where you get a pretty good view of the volcano, I think. That will be I think in next patch. So that'll actually be pretty cool. And I believe like every time you come in, like in about 180 seconds after you log in, it's supposed to erupt or something. So let's see if that's true. Because this is supposed to erupt at some point. We'll give it like 3 minutes. How are you guys doing? Thanks Cereza for the lurk as well as Brushy. Hope you guys are doing alright and having a good Saturday. I've been like playing a whole bunch of Monster Hunter this afternoon, so I was a bit late. But having a lot of fun. Time really flies when you're playing Monster Hunter. There's so much to do. Hacking and slashing with my dual blades has been pretty fun. I feel like it's starting to come up. You see that like the steam rising? It's like it's gonna blow soon. I think. Trust. Okay, we'll wait until like 2 more minutes, and if it doesn't blow by 38, I'll know it's a scam. Hey Lehan, welcome in. How are you doing? We are sitting here just waiting for this volcano to explode. Because apparently that's a thing. Oh look! It exploded! Yo! Alright, we got it. So just save this spot, guys. Just save this spot. If you log in, you just have to wait for 3 minutes. It'll explode and you can take a nice picture. This is my favorite. This is one of my favorite. I just found this today, but this is a really nice spot. You can try to like time it where you get it at the sunset or something as well. But it's pretty good. Wait, have you never seen this explode? I've seen it once, but not from this viewpoint. I've seen it like maybe when I was around here or something, but not at this viewpoint. This is a nice sort of spot that you can kind of see like the whole volcano from here. So anyway, I'm gonna have to start saving like these nice photo spots when I need to. In the meantime, let's go ahead and do our artifact runs. Now that's been out for like months, kick L. Yeah, but I've never stumbled upon that 2 seeds. I was just like collecting, trying to find more treasure chests, and I found those seeds. I like how the devs put like these little tidbits. Like they know how to like put places you can sit down just to take photos. And they've generally done it like even as far back as Liyue, where you can like sit. Like there's that spot in the in Inazuma too, right? With the in the Mizuki quest where you can actually sit on like the tree branch in one of the islands that overlook Narukami Island. One of the smaller islands. It's pretty cool that they added like all those kind of stuff. Just so that you could take photos. Okay, I feel like I'm dropping. Am I dropping frames? I feel like I am. PC is dying. Let me see here. Did I drop frames? Yeah, I did not. My game was just being my game. But I think we are gonna get the volcano next patch, right? If I'm not mistaken. So that will be like right next to like oh, that will be right next to like Yansan's Collective of Plenty area, so it probably makes sense. But I think it's like right around here, and then Collective of Plenty should be around here. That kind of makes sense. That'll be pretty cool to see what they do with the volcano. Hopefully there's like a bunch of like underground cave systems you have to explore. Alright, I'm gonna fill up my water because I need some water. Be right back. I'm gonna see if I'll be able to reach 180 by the time Lucky gets on. Then I'll be able to do triple weekly bosses without even using my transients. But we'll see. I got like 158 resin now. So that's like 12 more resin. Which is 12 times 8 is 96 minutes. Which is slightly over 1.5 hours, so it's pretty, it'll be pretty close. 1.5 hours from now is slightly over 7, so it should align just right. You can see I have this planned out like to a T. Alright. Also, I have created a new playlist, which I do want to try. So this new playlist, so I did before, I did have like a sort of battle theme playlist. I spent like all this. Is my mic like going out of control, by the way? Am I like peaking? Okay, I hope not, because I think like all of my settings hopefully did not change. Okay. But we added a new type of playlist called the Comfy playlist. So I'm gonna play it and see how it goes here. I only added comfy Genshin songs in here so far. I have yet to add comfy Freerun songs. But let's see how this goes. Doo-doo. I'll turn it down just a little bit. Alright, so now we get now we have real comfy vibes. I tried to pick like a nice mix of comfy themes from all of the regions. But I think some of the regions will just have a lot more. Just because some regions are more comfy than others. There's gonna be a lot of Natland. I feel like there's so many comfy Natland themes. In general. Just because every single place you go is like a pretty nice comfy vibe. Okay. Okay, let's see. I have to go here today. I'm in the wrong spot. Should be at Samurai Maru. Where does she go?
今回は大物が。
The harmonica here is so good. I love the like the swing feel to this song. Dum 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 dum. Oh, wait a sec, did I accidentally hit this guy? Uh-oh. I did not want that to happen. Did not intend that to happen. Oh, it'd be really hard to keep healing the big guy. And you keep them away. Wait, this guy's still alive? I thought they're all gone. This guy was just like hiding under this rock. Oh wait, I have my Serenity Pot stuff. Man, I really miss Dragon's Spine. It's been so long since we went back. I think the last Dragon's Spine event was like 2.x. Hi Saber, hey, welcome in. Welcome in, Savita. How are you doing? How is your Saturday going? So tired and busy, lol. Yeah. I've been pretty busy too this week. I think I worked 50 hours this week, which is not good. I have another major school project. Nice. I guess not nice. I did like one of those science projects things that you have to get done at home again. I feel like they do that a lot, don't they? Those can be kind of annoying. Do you nap? I don't nap. Napping just wastes time. I don't have a lot. I'm already really busy. I don't have time to nap. You know? It's just such as the way of life. If I nap, I'll just have less time to do what I need to do. Kek L rip. I just go to sleep at a sane time. Although these days, like, I don't know, I had like a super weird dream this morning. And it was so weird I had to write it down. Here, let me read out my dream. This is dream number 33. 50 hours is rough, yeah, it is pretty rough. So I dreamt that I was living in some kind of like timeshare arrangement. What that means is that like you share like a house with like a bunch of other people. In a big house, and I got a corner bedroom or a bunch of corner bedrooms all to myself. But I didn't get much privacy because there were kids running up and down the stairs. Mostly because they were trying to take candy from the dining table. And also like their medicine for some reason. And then there was like an older woman who brought her dog out to walk from time to time. So they were just making a lot of noise. And then at some point there were a lot of balloons that spawned spontaneously. And I was having trouble keeping them from like reaching the ceiling where they would be out of reach. So I was trying to get other people to help me, but it was too late. All the balloons went to the ceiling. What is it? What did I even write? Hold up. Every time I tried to grab a balloon, it would trigger a new level, which would trigger a bunch of more balloons to spawn. So it just kept spawning exponentially. And then apparently like it was also raining. So someone slipped and fell in front of the house. But it was so heavy that nobody could see outside. So we started to look around at the parts of the house that were unused and decided to try and get investors to purchase or rent out those spaces so that we would improve the price of the property. Yep, that was the dream. That was the end of the dream. It doesn't actually make sense. Take care of yourself. Only 52 hours is disgusting. No, what? That is a lot. That is too much. It's only 12 hours tomorrow, so I got my break on Friday and Saturday. Well, at least you get some break, Brushy. But yeah, 52 hours is kind of sus. I feel like 50 hours is pushing it for me. I don't think I've ever been like so busy. But it is what it is. Hopefully things calm down a little bit next week, although I feel like it'll only get worse for a couple of months. But we're ramping up like a big project at work, so we have a lot of things to do. I woke up at like 4 AM this morning, so I couldn't sleep very well. And then like I went back to sleep and woke up at like 7:30, which is okay. But also, I don't know, Brushy, working on Sundays just feels bad. This kind of feels bad, man. So I hope you get some. Like, do you always have to work weekends, Brushy, or is it only from time to time? Or do you always work like Sundays? Just this week? Okay. Hopefully it's not too bad. It's overtime, so I signed up. Oh, okay. So you got that for yourself then. You don't want to play by yourself. I wasn't forced if that was you were getting it. Yeah, but overtime pay is pretty good. At least in the US. I don't know how much overtime is in Canada. But I know it's like at least 1.5, most likely like twice as much typically. So maybe it's probably worth. It's like the same amount of hours you work, but like you just get more money out of it. Kind of feels good. 12 hours behave as they are magically now 24. Exactly. It's like saving time, right? I made like 24 hours worth of money in like less time. Too bad it only works it doesn't happen all the time. You can only do it after like you actually go overtime. Unless you have like a hack where you like basically only ever work the overtime hours, so you're always getting the 2 times. I don't think that's possible though, because most places will like prevent you from doing too much overtime. Like they have like a limit to how much overtime you can do in a month or something. And especially for me, like there's no difference between like a weekend break and a weekday break. It's still the same amount of hours. So it's nice and flexible. If I had the choice, I would just work on the weekends and take like Mondays and Tuesdays off. Just because Mondays and Tuesdays are when everyone else is working and like bothering me all the time. Alright, gotta upgrade some artifacts. Bum bum bada bum 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 bum. Very sus artifacts. I've been starting to farm this artifact domain, but it's so far not given me anything of use. Do I even have any good attack sets for these? I guess there's this one. This one has high EM. This one's not bad, I guess. I don't really have a good feather though. Oh, I guess I can swap out Kachina's one. Do I have any attack percent on this one? No, I don't have any attack percent sands yet. So yeah, and still don't have the sands, the gloves, the goblet, and the circlet. Not again. Lightly ban evader restricted. Oh, you guys can't even see them come through. Because Twitch is getting better at identifying ban targets. Pretty good, pretty good. Did you guys still see the message, or did you guys only see the ban message? Only the ban message? Okay, nice. That's good. That means Twitch is actually doing something about these bots. They were even trying to escape by like not posting a link, but doing the base.com thing. I have BTTV, so it allows me to see mod logs even if I'm not mod, I think. Oh, really? Or is it a 7TP thing? Maybe everybody can see it. I almost downloaded BTTV the other day because my Twitch plugin was not working, but the BTTV didn't work either, and just had to clear cache again. Let's switch back. Wait, I was already here, hold up. Next spot is Sumeru. La 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 la. La 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 la
てきて。と。や。よっ。行こう。ついてきて。
I don't know how you force yourself every day to collect 1-star artifacts. I need my artifact XP. Look at how many artifacts, like, I have to trash. That's how many artifacts I have to level up. At least to 4. And then for some of them I have to take them up to 20 just to know that they are trash. So I need a lot of... because I have a lot of bad luck, so I need a lot of artifacts. XP. Although the other day I did get quite a good TV artifact. I think it was my most recent. I think it was my best Electro Goblet that I got recently. Let me see if I can find it. My filter is on, so I can't find it. I think it was an Obsidian Codex. Let's see, this one I think. Yeah. I think this is my best electro damage bonus. 40 CV with attack percent. And just 1 roll on HP, which is not super good, but yeah. I'm pretty satisfied with this one. But the artifact grind never ends, so but it honestly makes a huge difference. Like, because you can get like 100 investigates, that's a lot. That's a ton of XP that you're missing out every day if you don't like do these runs. You could always farm artifacts, but that costs resin, right? This is basically free. And I honestly could do this a lot faster if I just didn't bother like fighting all these mobs in the middle. But I also do like clearing out the mobs, so you're the reason why Minton dreads artifact farming. Oh really? Your methods scare him? Wait, what? What do you mean my methods? You can farm artifacts totally fine without doing daily artifact runs. It's just that you probably will run out of artifact XP a lot faster, and you just have to end up farming more resin, using more resin to farm artifacts. Whereas for me, I do have quite an abundance of artifact XP. I still have like all the bottles of artifact XP I haven't used. Like I don't know where they show up though. Do they show up in here? They don't show up in here. Do they show up in... they show up in here. Like, I have all these, like, essence bottles that I haven't used yet. And I don't need to use because I'm getting artifact XP for free. But at some point in the future, like, it will be very useful. Like, once I start wishing for characters, like, I'll need XP really quickly, really fast. That's when all of my transients, all of my fragile resin are gonna come to a lot of use. So I'm joking, it was funnier to blame you. Does Mintum not farm artifacts? I guess he doesn't really, right? He also just only wants to use Kaching on his team, basically. Which is... Does he even have C6 Kaching? I'm not entirely sure. Because he hates the system. I don't disagree with that. No, the system is kind of trash. But I can see where it's coming from. Like, he's just by principle, he's not going to engage with the system because he doesn't agree with it. Which I think is fair, I guess. It's a very courageous thing to do. To stand up for his ideals. Even at his own expense. But to get the very minimum needed to clear content on an average card, it's not that hard. Yeah, you don't need like amazing artifacts. You just like maybe need the right main stats and maybe a few right substats here. Like the difference is like the difference between like a super top tier artifact set and like an average set is still pretty large. That's why people like try to push that a little bit. But once you get closer and closer to the perfect set, like the difference is like gets less and less meaningful. So stop farming artifacts like a year ago, just occasionally going there to spend resin at most. Artifacts are the one thing that you could generally switch around, I want to say. And because Imaginarium doesn't require you, like allows you to use other people's characters at C6, you're not like super required to get like max out artifacts on every character. The good thing about artifacts is that you can change and re-equip them on the characters you need. So it's mostly, I want to say, just for Abyss. And for Abyss, you generally only need 8 artifact sets. Generally, like every, like, unless you're using like, you know, more different characters like I do. But generally, most people only need like 8 decent artifact sets, and then you can just switch those around the teams that you use. It's only the newer artifact sets that get released that, okay, this is now best in slot for this character, okay. Now I have to farm like all my Natland artifacts. So that's the annoying part. Every time they release a new artifact set that has a new mechanic that the new characters use, then you're kind of forced to artifact farm a while. So that's the only kind of downside. But for the most part, like all the emblem farms you've done in the past, is, you know, all those artifacts can be switched around in characters, so it's not like you need so many multiple sets of the same 4-piece. Also, we do have like a fishing event to do, I realize. And I realize I haven't even done my daily commissions. I gotta get that sorted out. Haven't even done my daily commissions. I'm actually slacking in Genshin. I've been playing Monster Hunter all day. Not like this. Monster Hunter has been really fun though. Doesn't that game look like poo? No, so after like I downloaded a couple of NVIDIA drivers that came out on release, and then I scaled down the resolution a bit, like it's actually pretty, like I still get like frame drops and stuff, but like it, at least for the cutscenes and like the like even during combat, like it's pretty good. They also made a setting where you could like play the cutscenes at super high quality, but revert it to like a lower quality setting when you're you know, in combat, so that you can still experience the cutscenes like at high quality, even if you're like during combat, like you scale it down just a little bit for performance. But I like that they added that to the game. So I'm not getting like polygons anymore. Like I'm actually like having a lot of fun playing it. But it is pretty addictive. I just played like 3 hours straight in the afternoon. Like it just went by in a blur. Like what happened to the time? Hey, we got our Natland Tavern music. Alrighty. I think it's time. It is time to get my dailies done. So let's do this event. I heard this event had like some hacker like invading people's world and getting them like some ridiculous purveyor of punishment scores. But hopefully that guy has been taken care of. So we are going to we need to find where this event is. I think it's somewhere in Fontaine. So around here. I don't like how there's no like teleport to it. I wonder whether there's like a treasure chest here I haven't opened yet. Keep my eyes peeled. Like this is an area I don't visit very often. I should be heading north here. They created this entire like arena here. Alright, let's hope I don't get any hackers in game. I have no idea how this works, but we'll see. I'm supposed to catch fish or something. But I have no idea what the controls are. Alright, let's see. Oh no, they're entering my world. I hope there's no hacker in this group. A random marvel. Rit will appear. For 10 seconds you will gain quick throwing, 2 extra nets, and half the amount of points. Alright, Lanyan will catch for me. A lot of Furinas. Should do this event today. Sounds like there's still time to do it. And it's one of those like you rack up score. There's a maximum amount of points you can get every day. So you can technically do it all on the last day. It's like a win trace event, basically. I would have much preferred a win trace event than whatever this is. Why is this guy not accepting? Come on, Furina. Are they gonna get kicked if the time runs out? He never got ready. Whatever. Tap to switch nets. Oh. I should aim for the big ones, huh? Oh, they cost money. Okay, okay. So I have to like... Oh. So I can't use the big ones too much. I can only do it if I need it. Gotta go for the big ones. Oh, Bejewel is about to appear. Let's get it. Nice, I got it. I got it. I don't really get this game, but okay. How did I not catch any of those? What scam? Oh, I gotta get the shiny ones. That's right. Oh, we got a discount on the big one. So we should just spam the big one right now. Okay, no more discount. How did that fail? Come on. Okay, Bejeweled. Let's go. Dang, Star is doing pretty good. The Bejeweled one gives you a lot of points, it seems. I won! I'm so good. One of them was AFK. 675, nice. Catch a marvel fish. What's a marvel fish? Use a small medium net to catch 5 medium fish. Catch 5 large fish. Interesting. Yeah, I don't really get this event, but... How are we doing? We got 1. Special action rewards. Oh, okay, okay. There are like special rewards to claim too. If I get like that, do I finish my dailies? Let me check. Yep, that finishes my dailies. Perfect. Good job. You won against 11-year-old brain dead players playing on a mom's iPad. Wait, what? Why does that sound suspiciously? I'm pretty sure not everyone. Maybe they're all kids. I don't know. We'll see. It sounds like you just have to go for the largest fish. And this is co-op too. It's not even like competitive, right? Do you get more points co-op or competitive? I wonder. Automatic quick drawing small nets without using an action. Throw 2 an extra fish for me net. Use half the money when you throw a large net. Oh, okay, okay. So when you get one of these, you get to throw large nets at half the cost, which is pretty good. And most people I play even quote are missing brain cells. I've seen like some pretty good players in co-op. Maybe it was in the other event mostly, though not so much this one. Man, how did that fail? I'm like straight up just not using the small ones. Oh, Bejeweled. Get him! No! Scam. Scammed. Scammed. Why did it fail? There's a lot over there. Don't fail. Bejeweled. No. Why am I failing all of my catches? So many fish here. Oh, the medium one is pretty big. Look at this. I get like triple shot. That's pretty good. I like the triple shot. That's actually pretty legit. Oh no, bejeweled fish. I missed. Yeah, I got it. I'll use this medium one for this. Yo, 15k. These guys are chumps. What? They're not even trying. 625 though. We're getting less this time. It's not good. I didn't use the small net enough, I guess. But I used a small net. And I didn't catch enough marble fish. Hey Leanne, yes, we have a survey going on. Why does it cost money to match though? I'm very confused. Like it costs... Why does it cost money? There's a rank system? Wait a second. Take part in this fish off mode challenge one time. Okay, I just have to do it once. Okay. Okay, I think in the competitive one, there's probably going to be like a lot harder opponents. Gotta focus now. Good thing we only have to try it once, and we don't have to like aim for a very high score or anything like that. Green growing marble fish, your medium will enter a frenzy state. Means as you catch fish, action points will continue to increase a bit each. Okay. Interesting. So you just have to spam like really quickly the medium. Maximum of 4 times, 3 times the original value, but you need to use medium and small. Interesting. Alright.
長い年月が経っても壊れない。銀製品みたいに家宝にしてるとこがあっても全然おかしくないよね。
I missed. Oh, bejeweled fish. No. Hacker. Scammed. Okay, I'll catch the small ones. Wait, there's 3 of these. What? This is actually a scam. It's all rigged. Actually rigged. I'm on a frenzy. Why am I failing? Oh. Come on, my turn to get it. Man, why do I never get the big one? That's not fair. I'm still doing really well though. It's a good thing. Yo! Change in action points. Did I rank up? Let's go. Ranking rewards 300, 700. Hacker. What? They already help with domains. Wait, domains? What do you mean by domains? Kappa. Natlan. I'm mobile right now. Oh, okay, okay. You mean like weekly domain or what? Which domains? Is this RDs? Yeah, I could farm some RDs. Mobile gaming is hard. Just use auto, bro. Just use auto. Heck W. Yeah, just auto battle. Easy. Yeah, I have to like go for a work conference in like 2 weeks and I'll be like on mobile for like 3 days. Or maybe 4 days. I guess kind of 3 days. It'll be a bit of a pain, but oh, I think we reached 2,000 already, which is like our max point. So that's all we can really do today. Just the Natlan RDs, right, Lian? Oh wait, this event made me... I can't join your world, so you can either join my world, Lian, or... I don't know why I can't join your world. Can't be that hard with Malvika though, right? Alright, I'm gonna support. I'm lagging already, it's fine. We got this. Bro got the latest Samsung phone. No, I don't brush. What is the latest Samsung phone even? I wonder. Oh, I forgot. This is the AoE. Should not have gotten a Tinari here. You don't even have to aim with Malvika. You just auto hit enemies. Let's go. This is fine for me though, but I have to farm these too. That's 23 close enough. Dang. Scammed. Actually scammed. Oh, I get bonus companionship XP too, because this is co-op. Nice. I totally forgot about that companion bonus in co-op. Oh, I'm messing this up because the other two are going for me instead. Ooh, they can roll, I didn't know that. How does the bonus work? I think you just get double companion XP when you are in co-op doing domains. Same for like weekly bosses and all that, I think. But I mean, it's not that big of a bonus because it's just companion XP, so it's only a matter of how fast you get to like companion level 10. But for like, I don't know, Tinari's dead. Poor Tinari. Alright, I revived him. We're good, we're good. He's alive again. So you don't lose out compared if you play with other players. Yeah, you don't lose out, essentially. Oh man, I'm out of artifact space. 1 second. I got so much scam artifacts that I have to level up. Let's try this one. Oh yeah, crit rate. Let's go. Hopefully that was enough. I have you on mini window. Nice. Might or might not be why you're lagging. Okay, I got 2 more runs in me. If you want to do more, it's up to you. You have a lot. No, I'll just stay on Lanyan. Hinari's not really doing much anyway. Let's go. Man, what is this scam? Let me get Kokomi. I guess that works. Alright, I'm just gonna switch out Tinari. He's not very good in this domain. I think Chu is probably better. Or you, I guess, unless you're using Kokomi. Yeah, Benny Boy makes this a lot faster. I think I maxed out though. I think I maxed out on my... Oh wait, no, I have 1 more condense to use. But I still max out my artifact space. Not again. I guess we can keep leveling this one up. This one's pretty good. Even though it's not the artifact set I want, but... Ooh, crit rate, let's go. Future Mavica set. ER. Okay, no, it's not technically bad, I guess. Are we good? Crit rate? Wow, I got really low rolls on that crit rate. That was 2 crit rate rolls and it's only at 8.9%. Scam. Actually scam. 2 like low, super low rolls on that crit rate. Not what you want to see here. Certainly not. That was an accident. I was 3. How many do I have? 2. Double. Oh, come on. This feels like a trash, right? 16. What is this? It's definitely trash, right? Wait, Lihan, oh, damn it. It's fine. If you want to do another run. I haven't even claimed that reward yet. Because I was leveling up my artifact. It's alright, it's alright. We can do another run. I actually bricked. Alright, we good, we good. I see you're riding a motorbike right up here. Alright, this is my last run. You have 3 more. Yeah, that's fine. We can keep doing it. I just won't claim. I'll just sob at this really trash artifact. Sit here and sob. I wonder how this one will do. Trash. Alright, 2 more trash artifacts. I mean, it's honestly not too bad because it's not like I will use this artifact set anyway. This one. Lihan, you can start whenever you're ready. Oh wait, unless it doesn't give you the option if I don't claim. I'm just gonna keep doing this. Healing. No, none of these are good. Yeah, we don't have 69 of these artifacts. Yeah, physical is not the way to go. Nah, this one's not. Is physical damage bonus goblet even useful anymore? Sag. Actually getting scammed here. Let's see, maybe I have gilded. Yeah, my Xiangling is a physical goblet. Let's go. Just bringing out the old Crescent Pike Xiangling. That's the way. Go. When the Crescent Pike Xiangling build died off? Pretty early on, I guess. I think it was still around in like mid 1.x. But it probably died off quickly at like 1.3, 1.4. I wanna say. Because once Inazuma hit, it was basically like Emblem Xiangling, so. But I know like it died off a lot earlier than that. For real? What the hell I was doing? I was doing physical Xiangling in 3.3. 3.1, 3.3. Oh really? Damn. Alright. I remember the emblem arc, yeah. Perma farming emblem. That time was indeed crazy. Alright, Lihan, I think this will be our last run. Let's go. I started in 3.0 and look at Xiangling guide around the time though. Thanks, Lian, for the domain runs. Got very good companion EXP from that. Thanks, bro. Yeah, no problems. And we are at perfect timing. Just in time to do weeklies. Let me actually check my resin today. Did we manage to get a 180? No, we're not even close. Our estimates were far off. We're not even close to 180. What is this? Got scammed. So we're about 20 resin off the mark. Means we'll have to use a transient, but it's fine. Must have looked at old guy Kek W. Yeah, I still have that R5. Can you imagine? I still have that R5 Crescent Fight. All the billets I put into this. Because she was like, I nap, I leave you on phone. Right, sounds good, Leanne. Take care. Make sure to give you a shout out. Everybody check out Leanne. Have a good night, Leanne. Yep. Thanks. No problemo. Hope you have a good rest. Are you traveling or something, Leanne? Is that why you're on your phone? In any case, have a good rest. Yeah, not right now. Okay. I will be in a week and a half. Oh, okay. Makes sense. Are you on like a holiday or like a... Let me think. Oh, is it like spring break weekend? Yeah, I guess it is spring break week-ish. It kind of makes sense. I think a lot of people are traveling at that time. Yeah, going to Texas for a sister wedding? Ah, nice. Hope you enjoy Texas. That sounds pretty fun. 19th to the 26th. Spring break? What's that? Says Rushy. Spring break is when people have a break in the springtime. Have you not heard of spring break, Rushy? Good luck, bro. What if my good luck? Have fun at your sister's wedding, Leanne. That would be good. No. No, it doesn't make sense. Just American things. Oh yeah, I need to claim my daily commissions. I forgot. Very important, claiming daily commissions. Now that I think about it means I didn't claim my expeditions either. Oh no. I've made a mistake. I have certainly made a mistake. I know for school there's spring break after semester. Something like that, I guess. It's just some break that happens in the springtime. Counts as spring break. Alright. Dang it. Gotta try this again. Hi Sabre, welcome in Brittany. How are you doing? Thanks for coming in. We're currently trying to invade Lucky's world. Chilling as always. How was your day? It was good. I played a lot of Monster Hunter today, and then just hopped into Genshin for stream. I've been having a lot of fun with Monster Hunter Wilds. Okay, lucky he's not even paying attention to his game. But he will in a bit. Yay. I've heard good things about the game. Yeah. I mean, you've probably seen Lucky play it. I've been having such a great time. I was playing like 3 hours this afternoon, which like went by like really fast. At first I thought like I wouldn't be able to play it because the specs were all pretty high, but after like trying out a couple like performance settings, seems to run like decently enough. So I've been having a lot of fun with it. I have, it looks like he's enjoying it too. Yeah. I think Lucky is a really big Monster Hunter fan. This is like my first Monster Hunter game, so I have no idea what I'm doing. But it was it's been fun. It's been pretty cool. I think my favorite part of the game is the character creation so far. No, but the character creation is honestly like pretty crazy, pretty insane. But I mean the I've been having a lot of fun with the dual blades. Oh, and I got Furina, so happy. Nice. Oh yeah, it is Furina banner now, isn't it, Brittany? Congrats, congrats. Is it your C0 Furina? Or is it like a C1, C2? Learn as you go, yeah, basically. Furina is pretty big to have on your account, so at a C0 or even at a C2, it's a big jump, I think. So, congrats, congrats. Was it a 50-50 win? Yeah, I've been playing Genshin for 6 months, so it's my first one. Nice, nice. Oh yeah, yeah, you're still pretty new. Furina will be like a super big addition to the account. So definitely like build her. She's probably my favorite Archon. No, not probably. She is my favorite Archon, so she deserves like all the crowns. That was guaranteed. Still good, still good. That means like you planned it well though, like having like making sure that you had a guarantee for Furina. She's my favorite Archon by far. Nice, nice. Yeah, same for me as well. Fell in love with her doing the Archon quest. Honestly, like it was kind of weird because like at the start I didn't like her as much, but towards the end after they revealed like a whole bunch of plot points, like she quickly became my favorite character. So it was really nice to see her turn like 180 and suddenly become like my favorite character. So same, yeah. She just sounds like an annoying brat at the beginning, but towards the end, like you can really see, like she really shines. Oh look, we have a Furina on the team. Perfect.
ああ、つまんないの。何か面白いことはないかい？
I think when I eventually wish on this account, I will get Furina. And I will triple crown her. And saving for Kinich and Emily rerun? Nice, nice. Yeah, I think they do work pretty well together. Oops. Someone wants to use Lanyan as well. Sorry, Ashley, I already picked Lanyan. Yeah, Kinich and Emily I think do go well together. Because of the burning effect. And then I think you just have to... What other burning characters can you use? I guess Bennett. Bennett probably works. Although Bennett is kind of circle impact. You'll need a good pyro character to go with it, but Bennett probably works. Xiangling probably works. Yeah, they can work. It's just that because they're circle impact a little bit, like Kinich isn't in the circle all the time when he's swinging around, which is a bit annoying. Oh my goodness, I'm nearly dead. Oh dear, I'm actually dead. Guys, where are my heals? Where are my heals? Okay, I got my heals. Yeah, you generally can't go wrong with Bennett Xiangling, so... Yeah, we got him. And Kinich I know is a pretty strong character. I think his only downside is that he's single target. But most bosses are single target anyway. He has really strong single target, so... Probably the best single target if I'm not mistaken. What have you been up to TN tonight in Genshin? Nothing much. We just did like an artifact run and now we did the fishing event. That was not bad, I guess. And then now we're just doing weekly bosses. I only skated in because Huta was next and I really wanted her. Nice. Alright. Wu Tao is definitely worth it though. She's really cute. Alright, for 1 weekly down. Okay, okay. Ooh, I got Sunfire! Let's go, guys. I can level up Lanyan's talent now. I got 2 Sunfires. Yo, let's go. Alright, my girl's gonna get her talent level up. Let's go. Yeah, getting 2 is also really rare of the same one that you actually need. That's like the dream, right? You typically don't get anything you want. Alright. Level 9 talent on her burst. So now I just need 3 more for her normal attack, which isn't like super important. Her burst and her elemental skill are stronger. So maybe like, if I'm lucky, 2 more weeks. If I'm not lucky, 3-4 more weeks. I know I do have a bunch of dream solvents that I could probably use, but it's not like super necessary. I've already done my Abyss run this cycle. So I can wait a couple weeks. She definitely deserves it though. She basically carried that Abyss run. Like my fastest team to clear that first half was a Quicken team, and she destroyed that first half by roughly like 15 to 20 seconds faster than my next fastest team, so. And pretty consistently too. It was also the first time I used the team without a healer. Besides like Xingqiu's sus healing, I guess. Because she enables it so much with her shield. Wait, do we have a healer? Oh yeah, we do. Lucky's healing. Okay. I'm like, wait a second, I can just use food to like heal, right? And that should work. Yeah. That is one thing about this boss. You can use food to heal and break the bond of life. Let's go, she's also such a cutie. Yeah, she is. I think she's one of my favorite characters for sure. I did put her in like, what, B tier, I guess. Next to Yunjin for waifu, but she is pretty cute. Hopefully, the sad thing is that because she's 4-star, like she doesn't. I feel like they've really dropped the ball on the 4-star story quests. Like we don't get like their hangout events anymore, which is kind of sad, to be honest. I hope like we'll be able to get some story out of like an event or something for Lanyan. But the last time they did like a hangout event was like a Lynette hangout event more than a year ago or something. And the 4-stars aren't getting story quests, so. Three? Wait, you can get 3 now? I didn't think you could get 3 of 1. That's crazy. If I'm super lucky, I might be able to get it in 1 week then. There's this treasure chest right here that Lucky has, like... Every time I teleport here, I see it and it's still here. The hangouts are a hit or miss with me. Yeah, some of them are okay, some of them are kind of boring, I guess. But at least it's something, right? I think at least for most of them, they still like give you background of the character. That's an easy chest to unlock, exactly. Lucky has like never bothered. He like teleports here like every single week and he's just like, it's still there. But he also like hasn't explored like a ton of his map. He doesn't have like large sections of the Remuria unlocked either, so have you been keeping up with the exploration though, Brittany? I know as a new player it can be like kind of overwhelming because there's so many like areas to explore in the game. It's super hard to catch up because the map is like so big for new players. For me, like I had the time to like slowly explore it every patch, but for new players you're just like hit with like a million regions. Yeah, pretty good. Exploration is my favorite. Nice. Yeah. I feel like the open world exploration is like the highlight in Genshin. There's a lot of cool stuff that you like don't expect to find, and the puzzles are all really, really unique and really fun when you figure them out. And there are all these like weird secret hidden quests too that you'll only know if you like venture into that area. But it's nice to know that you're keeping up with the exploration. It definitely like takes a really long time, but it's also like feels really nice when you just explore and just like, oh, stumble upon something cool. Mondstadt is done, Dragonspine is done, Liyue is almost done. Liyue is pretty hard. I didn't clear Liyue like for a long time. Like I think it was only like when I hit Fontaine that I finally managed to 100% Liyue. There's a lot of weird like hidden nooks and crannies in that one. Inazuma's in the 80s, nice. Sumeru in the 60s, Fontaine in the 80s, Natlan is like 50s. Yeah, that makes sense. That's still pretty good exploration overall though. Sumeru is probably the hardest one I think to explore because the desert region is so vast. And the rainforest is like basically everything's underground. So I think Sumeru is probably the most challenging, so that makes sense why it's it. I'm so bad at puzzles though. The desert is rough. Yeah, the desert is also has a huge underground section. I don't think the puzzles are like that difficult. So like I think if you generally just randomly try a couple of times, it should work out. Like I stumbled upon a puzzle in Inazuma during the recent Yokai quest, and I spent like a good 5 minutes hitting the blocks until I finally got it to work. Sumeru mentioned, is Sumeru 100% free? That sounds... Those blocks are something else. Yeah, the Inazuma puzzle blocks, the ones where you hit and then they rotate, but they don't rotate like one by one, they rotate like together and you have to like hit it in a certain way. Those ones are pretty difficult. They can get pretty difficult. Hell no. Who's your exploration overall? I don't know. How's your exploration, Saber? I can show on stream in a sec. I think I just have Natlan left pretty much. Okay. Need to use my transient here. Let me just thank Lucky for the weeklies. I almost said thanks for Lucky's weekly. have to get back to my world, because if I open the map, you'll just see Lucky's exploration, which is, I don't want to embarrass him on stream. You don't want to know, if I had a chance to black out Sumeru, I would. Alright. So, we're gonna do something a little special. First of all, I am going to disappear for a sec. Today, we are going to do a account review in celebration of our 500,000 primos. And this is also going to go on YouTube, so that's why I don't have my camera. Maybe I should have my camera on, but it's fine, it's fine. We're gonna do like a short account review just to see where we are, kind of mark this milestone a little bit. And I just didn't want my camera there because it will block some of the stuff we might want to show. So let me turn off the date time thing here, and then let's get to it. So yeah, finally time to pull Kappa, not like this. Also, congrats Brittany on that Furina, looking very pretty. Honestly, like, I'm also really excited for like Charlotte. Charlotte's so cute. Okay, but moving on. How many wishes do we have at this point? To answer this question, we need to take 191. And we need to go to Paimon's Bargains and see. That's not the right one. And see. So I have 3140 plus 191 wishes. That is, if my math is mathing, 331? 3,331? I think my math is right. Someone check me on that. But I think it's 3,331. Wow, I'm 2 wishes away from like the 3333. But I think if you add like the crystals I have, you can probably get to 3333 at some point. With your 17,820. Yeah. So we'll just say like a mean 3333 wishes, which is pretty cool. Yeah, and so we're gonna do an account review just to celebrate the 500,000 milestone. And since Brittany has asked, the first thing we can look at is our exploration progress. So I don't know what's the best way to show exploration progress, but I think we just zoom out and look at all the areas of the map. Fontaine, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%. Maybe we should start with Mondstadt actually. Okay, Mondstadt, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%. Liyue, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%. Chenyu Vale as well, 100%. And this is Chasm above ground and Chasm underground as well, 100%. So this was a big pain to get 100% off, to be honest. After Liyue, we want to go to Inazuma. So let me zoom out here. 100% Narukami Island, 100% Kanazuka, Yashiori Island, Seirai Island, Tsurumi Island, Watatsumi Island, of course, 100% in Ankanomiya. Ankanomiya is probably my favorite region to explore. I really love the whole like day and night mechanic. Spoilers, it's all 100%. Indeed. Sumeru. How are we at Sumeru? And I just want to say 100% doesn't mean I don't have any treasure chests there anymore. I'm still honestly finding treasure chests. Like after I 100% Sumeru, I found like at least 5 precious chests in the desert. So 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%. Eldravi Valley, Avidia Forest, Lokapala Jungle, Vanarana, Visuda Field, Ashaban Realm, Lost Nursery, and then the desert areas. Land of Lower Satek, Land of Upper Satek, Hypostyle Desert, Desert of Hadramaveth. I don't even know how to say this name. Gavira Lajavard, Realm of Farakert. And I don't think Sumeru is like a separate region. Yeah. And Fontaine you've already seen. 100% all of the Fontaine areas, as well as the North Story region and the Sea of Bygone eras at 100%. I don't know why this is not showing all of it. I guess it only shows it in parts, but yeah, 100% as well. So that's 100% Fontaine, and then Natlands, we are not at 100%. We are getting close though. We are at 100% Tezcata Petonko range, which is the Nightwind area. I guess I like Sitlali a bit too much here. But I'm at 95% Alkanatlan. I don't know why this is so low, 86% on Quaffwakan Cliff. But I did mark like one of the world hidden quests that I didn't complete yet over here. Hoping that can go up a little bit. 94% Basin of Unnumbered Flames, 95% Tikomekan Valley, Coatepec Mountain, 97%, and Toyok Springs, 94%. I think overall, Natlan's still like around slightly under 50% because there's still a lot more to explore. So we have a lot of time on Natlan, but pretty much 100% everywhere, including all the secret areas, the areas, smaller areas like Chenyu Vale, Dragon Spine, Enkonomia, Sea of Bygone eras. Wow, show us not cry exploration? I don't know. I don't see that. What do you guys want to see next? Characters or items or weapons? We can kind of let this be free and let you guys decide. Story quests. Okay. Story quests and hangouts and characters. Okay. Let's do story quests and hangouts and then characters. So I believe story quests, I have done all except Emily's. I have yet to do Emily's story quest. I don't even know who Emily is, but okay, we'll figure her out when I get into her. Hangout events, I have like oddly done 3 out of 5 on Kabe, and that's only because when I was getting my 500,000 Primogems, I was like, I think I was at like 499943. Basically, I was at like 499963. Sorry, I was at 499953, and then I needed 47 Primogems, basically. And then I was like, how am I gonna get 47 Primogems? I opened the chest, got 5 Primogems, so now I needed 42. And I was like, how am I gonna get 42 Primogems? And I realized the hangouts give it in 20 Primogem increments. So I finished like 3 of these. So I claimed like 40 Primos, and that left me with 2, which I could get from the hint screen. So that's the one where you're like, where these hints, every time you see some of these like tutorial hints, you get like 1 Primo. So I had a couple saved up, so I just got 2, and that's how I hit my 500,000. I feel so bad. Yeah, I kind of feel bad for Emily. But we'll get to her soon. It's not like we're leaving her out completely. Yeah, but as far as like hangout events, we still have 3 more. So Lynette, Kaya, and then half of Kabe's hangout event left. I'm really excited for Lynette's one, and I've heard Kaya's one's also pretty good, so we'll see. Alright, now we're gonna take a look at characters. So as a no wish free to play player, I don't have access to a lot of characters, so here are the characters I do own. Now, spoiler alert, I do have Noelle because I did technically do the first like 10 pull for Noelle because it was guaranteed, but that was it. And honestly, I don't even use Noelle anymore, which is kind of sad. So she's just sitting in my account. Still studying for a night exam. But these are all the characters I have. On my account, which is 1. So if I have this right, actually a bricked account. You're right, Brushy. Actually bricked. Anyway, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 up here, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 5 times 6 is 30 minus 3, 27. So we have 27 characters. I didn't know you had Noelle. Yeah, exactly, because I never use her, Brushy. She's like... Poor girl has been useless anyway. Since like... I think I used her like really, really early on and like... Basically to farm out mats for like Ningguang. Because the Geo hypostasis was so annoying. And like you... At that point, like I didn't have like a Claymore character, so Noelle was like a big help in like farming mats for Ningguang. But that's pretty much it. I think like at some early abyss, like she was probably useful in one of the abysses, but that was it. And like she was probably never seen after like 2.x, which is kind of sad. Did you pick Tinari for 5-star selector? Yes, I did. So all of these are basically 4-star characters except for Tinari and Alloy. Alloy was a free giveaway, but she's not really a 5-star. Like everybody wants to forget like she even exists in this game. She was like a collab event with like Horizon. Is it Zero Dawn or Forbidden West? I forgot which one. But the Horizon series, and so she got added to the game for some reason. But I did pick Tinari for the 5-star selector because I really needed a strong single target DPS, and that's what Tignari provides. Because if you notice, like all my DPS has to come from like Xiangling, like basically national team, which is like mostly AoE. And then my only other teams, I'll show you like some of my teams later on in a second. But I have very limited DPSs basically. As in the Norwich account, you don't really have a DPS because I basically only have 4-stars, and 4-stars are generally not DPS. They still do damage, not gonna lie, and they can deal good damage, but you have to build them up all together. Like they all have to be like level 90, and you'll see in a second these guys are all level 90. You refuse to use because she's bad or because she came from a pool? Because she's bad. Yeah. So my, like from the beginning, it was never really meant for this to be a no pull account. I was just really like against gacha in general. But Noelle to me was kind of guaranteed. Like she didn't feel like it was a gacha because she was basically guaranteed on your, like your first temple. So I didn't feel bad about really getting Noelle. And early on when I did get Ningguang for free, like the Ningguang Noelle combo was actually really nice to play. Otherwise, Ningguang would have been like really hard to play in any of the teams, to be honest. But having double Geo was really nice at the beginning. Who's your favorite 4-star to play? Yeah, I mean, I like them all, but there's definitely some that are better than others. Why don't we go through them one by one, and then we can talk about them. So first of all of my 4-stars are level 90 and up. So, about not level 90, level 89 and up, I want to say. So they're all built, they all have artifacts, they all have talents, and everything. Lan Yan's the only one that, probably the most recent one. Why don't I actually go by the order in which like I got them, if I can vaguely remember this. So, first one, I have to like start making like a tier list of 4-stars. Amber. So Amber is the first character everybody gets. I have used her once successfully in an abyss floor to get I think it was at that time like clearing floor 12 really early on. She is not very good, unfortunately. And there are some cool things you can do with her, as like with her charge attack hitting weak points. And especially if you like build her with like Windbloom Ode and like give her a lot of crit damage, she can do some pretty good melts. But she mostly needs a bunch of support and doesn't really give much support. Her fiery rain is pretty good in destroying cryo shields, but that's about the extent of it. Her explosive puppet like Baron Bunny doesn't really taunt enemies, if you have noticed. Like it feels really bad to play her because like you toss out the bunny and then it doesn't actually do what it's supposed to do, and it doesn't do anything else. And the worst part is that you only get the energy particles from Amber if the Baron Bunny actually hits like an enemy. So, for example, if I maybe if Baron Bunny like doesn't hit the enemy after the delay, and by the way, at C0 you can't force, like you can't shoot the bunny to force it to, you know, explode. So you kind of just have to wait your chances and hope it actually hits an enemy. And just to illustrate how difficult this is, I'm gonna quickly find like an enemy right here. Look, I found some enemies. Alright. Hey, Hilichos, come over here. So she can do a lot of damage if you hit like the weak points. But then you want it to like taunt enemies. And in this case, you can see how the other guy is not getting taunted, only one guy's getting taunted. And then I don't even get the energy because it actually didn't hit the Hilichurl. He was taunted, but he was a ranged attacker, so it never got close enough. Look at this. And I didn't get energy particles again, because again, I didn't hit the enemy. So it's like, she has a skill, an elemental skill that basically does nothing. Which just feels really bad. So now, I'm gonna... Look, I tried to put it close to him again, but... Come on, hit it this time. Alright, I finally got the energy. Finally. But that took a while. And then... Her burst is honestly the most useful part of the kit. But it also doesn't deal a lot of damage. The best part of it is that it does a lot of elemental application. So I'm gonna put Amber, unfortunately, at F tier. Her kit is abysmally bad. Like, it's so bad. But, yeah, unfortunate. She's really cute, but... That's as far as I can say about her. I think the character that we got right after Amber is probably Kaya, I think. So Kaya was the next character. Kaya is actually really, really good. One of the best 4-stars for an early player. And the fact that you can get him for free and everybody gets him is huge. And the reason is because he has a lot of very, very cool, like, sort of gimmicks in his kit that not a lot of people know about, but it's actually like super important in combat. First of all, his Frostgnaw has, you know, his E has some pretty high skill damage, but the thing is that it has really low cooldown. And because it has really low cooldown, you can generate energy really, really quickly with Kaya by just spamming his E. And the fact that his energy cost and cooldown on his burst is also really short, you can also, this is also like up pretty often and most of the time. The thing about his cryo application is that Kaya has a very special cryo application that most other characters do not have. And what this is that his cryo application is basically it lasts a lot longer when you like freeze opponents with it. And you get there's also like it has a passive talent where if your opponent is frozen by your elemental skill, you actually get 2 additional elemental particles. And these particles are not they're not general particles, like they're not the white particles, they are cryo particles. So that means that it's really easy to get his burst up because he basically has this energy generation mechanic even if you don't put a lot of energy recharge on him. So that's really cool. So when you use him on a team where you can apply freeze, it's always a good idea to use his E to freeze enemies. That way you get extra energy for yourself, but also the rest of your team when you're absorbing those particles. So this Frostgnaw has actually helped me so much when I'm trying to charge up Xiangling's burst, for example. If you have noticed, like in the abyss where I was fighting the Swanee, like getting off the frozen with Frostgnaw just helps so much with getting my Xiangling her energy that she needs for Pyronado. So that's why he's really cool. The other thing that not a lot of people know about him is that every time he hits with Frostgnaw, it actually regenerates HP for Kaya, equal to 15% of his attack. So if you build him attack, which you know you should, because he's an attack scaling character, he actually gets a bit of healing from this, and you know it helps him to stay alive. So it's the only if I'm not wrong, this might be like the only sort of lifesteal type of mechanic that any character in Genshin has. So it makes him like really special. And the last thing is also he decreases your sprinting stamina consumption, which you might think is like, oh, it's nothing much, but when you're like dodging attacks in combat, this also applies. So it basically makes your stamina management slightly easier. So that's also really cool. I really love him, like not just in combat but also like exploration wise. And I think one of my favorite teams that I've always used with him is the right now it's the classic Kaya Melt team. So let me see if I can find. So my Kaya Melt team would be like Kaya. The one that I used against the Swanee was this team, but my favorite one is the one with Kaya, Bennett, Xiangling, and then you can slot like an Nemo, like Faruzan if you need AoE, or in the Swanee's case I did Lynette. So this is the Kaya Melt team that I really like to play. And the rotations are always really nice. The other team that you could play Kaya in is which is a sort of a Fridge or Freeze kind of team. This is slightly older when Freeze was still in meta, but I did use it a lot in the past. So that would be like Kaya, Diona, Xingqiu, and Dendro Traveler. And the idea behind this team is actually not Diona. It was, I want to say like Barbara and Diona instead of Diona and Xingqiu. The idea behind this team is that your Kaya and Diona can freeze opponents with Barbara. So Barbara applies Hydro, Kaya freezes, and then the latent like Hydro aura is still available for Dendro Traveler to come in. So Barbara is on a full EM and she basically creates a bunch of blooms when that happens. So you can freeze all the enemies and then destroy them all with like Barbara, and then she comes in and blooms. So this is what I call the Bloom Bara team, where Barbara is basically like the carry, but Kaya and Diona are all there to kind of keep all the enemies frozen so that the blooms all get generated and hit everybody. So yeah, Kaya is one of my favorite 4-stars. I use him a lot. So the next one we got was Lisa. Lisa is not that good, unfortunately, but I did use her. Funnily enough, I did actually use her in my first ever 36-star clear. She's not that bad, not as bad as Amber, as what people might think. She actually has a pretty strong sort of mechanic, as long as it's a bit clunky in battle, but if you learn how to use it, it's basically her Violet Arc's conductive status. So what you want to do when you're playing Lisa is that you want to stack up those conductive stacks to like 3, and that way her elemental skill will be able to do a lot more damage. So for example, let's see if and how I typically ran her was in like a typical single, and because she's only better single target, I'll run her in like a single target Dendro sort of quicken team. And typically how it goes is you want to like stack. You want to stack like 3. And there are 2 ways you can do this. You can stack it with her like elemental skill, or you can stack it with charge attack like this. So you can see when I did my charge attacks, like it stacked an extra stack on like the ones who got hit. So your goal is to like stack 3 and then charge. And she does get some interruption resistance, but her E does a ton of damage if you get that right. I don't know how you managed 36 stars. I actually did at one point. Lisa was helpful early, yeah. But she can actually do a ton of damage as long as you get used to like that stacking thing. There are a few cool tricks to that stacking thing where like if you apply Hydro on the enemy first, and then I think like if you apply Hydro on the enemy first and then you use like Lisa's charge attack, like there's a chance like you can stack up the conductive stack much quicker, because the stack not only applies the stack, but it also goes through the electro charge damage. So there's some cool things you can do with that conductive stack, but generally, like, let me see if I can do it on these crabs since they have hydro applied. See if I can get it to work. Okay, that doesn't seem to quite work on these guys. But you can generally get your stacks up like really quickly when you when you apply it within like a group of enemies. Like you saw in my charge attack, you can apply all the stacks to everyone at once. But she's still generally better at single target. The other thing about Lisa that not a lot of people know is that her lightning rose has a, let me see if it's in here. Yeah, so she has a passive talent. When she uses a burst, enemies get their defense decreased by 15% for 10 seconds. So this is pretty big. There are very, very few defense reduction sources, and Lisa is one of the ones that actually do have her. So when you put her burst down, she actually like helps your entire team do a lot more damage. So that's why she was, I think she was super crucial actually in that 36-star run, because I was fighting Asimon. Oh, the other thing about Lisa that I really, really like, and I can only illustrate this with Asimon. So Asimon is a boss in Sumeru. It's this boss, if you have forgotten. It's been a while since we've seen him in Abyss. But I want to illustrate this because it's kind of unique, and I guess other characters can do it too, and that's how her conductive stack can be used to track invisible enemies. So Asimon is one of those enemies that likes to go invisible, as you can see. Right? And it's generally very hard to figure out where he is if you're just fighting him normally. But let me see if I can just get him to go invisible really quick. And the way that you're supposed to take him out of invisibility is to apply Quicken to it, right? But you kind of need to know where he is to be able to see where to apply your Electro or your Dendro. With this, it's so easy. Like, he's right there, like, and I can just take him out right away. It's so easy. Generally, you can still see him if you're like, if you have an element applied to him and like you see him sparkle a bit. There's still ways to kind of track him generally, but Lisa just makes it like 100% easier because you just literally see the number pop up. And because I think in that Abyss, I was basically fighting Asimon, so Lisa made the run so much easier, and that's how I got 36 stars with Lisa. So she does have a special place in my heart, even though I don't really use her anymore. I think like if Asimon ever comes back to Abyss, like she's my top choice for that right away. She basically hard counters that boss. Alright. After Lisa, the next character I got was Xiangling. And Xiangling, I think that Xiangling was from like the Abyss. At that time, Xiangling was actually not using Xiangling's weapon, like the cat. She was on like Crescent Pike basically, and we were like using her on like physical for the longest time. Physical Xiangling. And it honestly like carried me through the early game, so Xiangling probably one of my favorite 4 stars. I mean, she's cute. She does probably the most damage in my team just on her own. I also honorarily have her at like triple crown, as you can see here. And of course, give her on an emblem set. I don't have to talk too much about her. Everybody knows she's like the best character. But I will point out that because on like a no-wish account, she doesn't get very high, like she doesn't, like I don't have any constellations on her, so she's a lot harder to use in the sense that my Pyronado doesn't last as long as most people Xianglings that you see on YouTube, and that's a big difference in terms of like being able to clear Abyss content. And just in general also, I don't have this C1 where I'm reducing pyro resistance, you know, with wall burst attacks, which is slightly smaller. The biggest one is the C4 that I don't have. So that's why my Xiangling does a lot less damage. than what you might see in like other replays or like other people with like high constellation Xiangling. And at this point, most people have really high constellation Xiangling. I just don't because I don't wish. So, and you can also buy her from the shop if you do want to get her constellations. You can get her from the weekly shop cycle whenever that comes around. So Xiangling definitely top tier. After Xiangling, I believe is I actually do have a list here. So I believe I did get Ningguang next because she was the next one. Ningguang, I will have to say, is still my favorite character. I had to get her because I loved her so much during the 1.1 Archon quest. Unfortunately, I don't really use her much anymore just because she's not very meta and she honestly has pretty underwhelming damage, I want to say. Like, her abilities look cool. Star Shatter is really cool, just like shooting like the Geogems around and hitting all the enemies. But as far as damage wise, like she just doesn't really cut it just because Geo is such a bad element. It doesn't do like high damaging reactions. It just does crystallize, and being a 4-star, that really hinders like her ability to kind of really excel in like an abyss timed kind of situation. So that's why she's kind of stuck in like a rut at this point. There is only one boss where I do bring her in, and that's the wolf boss, so the golden wolf lord. Whenever the golden wolf lord comes into the so that's this guy. Whenever he comes into abyss, Ningguang is actually really helpful in hitting the little wolf hits that appear during the boss fight. So that's pretty much what I use Ningguang for to fight this boss. The general team that I use when I played with Ningguang, at least in the past, was probably the Ningguang Noel double pyro. But I call it the volcano team because it was Geo and pyro. So it was like kind of this team. And the idea behind this team is that Ningguang would actually kind of support Noel a little bit. Noel is more of the main DPS, and then Bennett and Xiangling are just there to kind of help out a little bit. So this was kind of the team I used when I played Ningguang a bit more. She is on Dodoko Tails, which I'm not sure is her best weapon, but I don't really use her anymore. And because there's something tricky with her combat where you do have to do like you do have to hit an enemy like this, and then there's a certain way that you hit your movement arrows so that you can launch your charge attacks. So you want to make sure that you hit once first so that you can use your charge attack without stamina. So there's a certain way I'm like doing this that I can like use my charge attacks a lot faster than you typically would see someone use it. So that's the only thing you want to think about when you're playing Ningguang. You want to learn this sort of quick charge attack kind of gimmick. But otherwise, she's pretty simple to play. Let's see if I can get him to like get his shield. The other thing is that she can hit the golden wolf lord in the air, which is really nice. But that's why I like to use her for this boss. She's creating a tornado now. I'm just gonna run out of the arena. But you can see how like her little geostones are basically homing missiles, so it's really nice to be able to use her in this kind of situation, especially against like flying enemies. And even though she doesn't do a bunch of damage, like it's still cool. Like her burst is still pretty cool. Okay, so here's where I sort of illustrate how like she's really useful in hitting the little wolf heads really quickly. So these wolf heads are gonna come down, and you do have to apply Geo to it. So you can see how I did that. Okay, Noel's shield had to be broken there. And you can kind of hit it from pretty far away too. So once that goes, you can take him down, and then, you know, just do your combos from there. So that's kind of like the idea of the Ningguang team. It's kind of unfortunate because she's basically, that's pretty much the only like the only boss that she's really useful in, but yeah. But that's it for Ningguang. The next... Okay, so I was wrong. So Ningguang was actually not the next character I got. I got Ningguang in 1.3. The character that I got after Lisa, I believe, is actually Barbara. So Barbara... Let me see. I have to call up... I think I talked a little bit about Barbara already. But Barbara has a special place in my heart. Because she is like my first healer. And as my first healer, Barbara really like kept me alive for like most of the game, really. And I wouldn't have had I wouldn't have been alive without her, basically. So this is Barbara. She's really cute, and the fact that she got like a really cute little outfit made her even much nicer. I do have her at C2 because you actually do get 2 copies of Barbara, and when I pulled Noel, I did get a copy. I did get an extra copy of Barbara, which helps me just slightly a bit more. So I do get Holy Whale. Yeah. I do get like a 15% Hydra damage bonus, which does help if I ever run Barbara in Xingqiu, which I do not. So basically, it has not really been helpful. C1 is actually still pretty good. She does regenerate energy, I guess. 1 energy every 10 seconds, which is like nothing. But I think what's more important in C2 is it decreases the cooldown of E by 15%, which has helped me when I'm running her on the Fridge team with Kaya that I showed you before. So because that just allows her to apply more Hydro and, you know, get more blooms on the board. So Bloom Barbara is actually pretty strong. I've used her very successfully in many abysses. And I will say, even in a high EM setting, Barbara can work really well in Taser. So a typical Barbara team would be, for example, a Taser team. You could put her, for example, with Barbara. I need to do quick setup. So Barbara, Fischl, Beidou, and then like an Nemo character like Faruzan or Lanyan, for example. Back in the day, it was Faruzan because I didn't have Lanyan. But this kind of Taser team like will work really well. You just put a lot of EM on Barbara, and this could go to work. Now that you have I have Lanyan though, I could put the EM on Lanyan instead and keep Barbara on you know, as a healer on the HP set, and this would still work like pretty well. One thing about Barbara is that her elemental skill, I didn't actually switch into the team. Her elemental skill doesn't deal damage. In fact, it applies Hydro to you, so you can get like frozen, which is not very nice. It applies Hydro to yourself. But the cool thing about her elemental skill is that it also applies Hydro to the enemies around her pretty regularly, which makes her really good for a sort of a freeze team or when you're applying blooms. So yeah, that's Barbara in a nutshell. She can also like apply Hydro on demand because she's a Catalyst. So alright. The next character that I got was Fischl. Fischl is probably my favorite 4-star, I want to say. Let me just go to Fischl. Fischl has not left my team ever. I don't think there's a single abyss where I've not used Fischl. She's just so useful because she generates high energy. Oz basically has an almost 100% uptime, hitting enemies with Electro. And because of her burst, which is basically a resummon of Oz, I always have energy. I always have Electro application because of her. And he has some like pretty good damage numbers overall, just because she scales attack. And we actually got her for free a second time later on, so that gives her C1. C1 honestly doesn't do much. In Abyss, it doesn't really matter too much because I'm not playing like physical Fischl. Yeah, but slap her like an attack percent weapon and 4-piece golden troop, and her elemental skill damage is like really high across the board. So Fischl is a great addition to any team. To be honest, you can run her Taser like I did, like in this team, or you can run her Quicken, like with my Quicken Nari team. She's like the best pair for my Nari team right now. So I love Fischl so much. She has a really great outfit that we got for free as well. So definitely, if you have Fischl, build her. She's one of the best 4-stars in the game. Especially outside of like, you know, the typical you know, Bennett Xiangling Xingqiu combo. Fischl's still up there. And really will allow you to do a lot of electro-based teams that you wouldn't be able to do otherwise. She also generates a lot of energy for electro characters, so characters like Beidou and Lisa benefit a lot from having Fischl on the team because their bursts are so energy reliant, and Fischl gives them that energy. Having double electro also gives you resonance, which also reduces your ER requirements by just a little bit. Alright, so after Fischl I did get Ningguang. And then after Ningguang, I got Diona. Diona actually early on has been really good because she was basically the first character besides Amber because Amber is not really usable. And she was a shielder and a healer, both of which are super duper important in Abyss. But because she was a bow character, she could also wield Favonius. And Favonius is a weapon you get for free early on after you do the first like prologue quest in Mondstadt. And that's because it just if you build her enough crit, and I do build her enough crit, like I believe her crit rate is pretty high, like about 50%-ish crit rate. Because her elemental skill can hit, does so many hits, her hold skills especially. Let me see if I can grab a Diona. So for example, I have like this Diona Fridge team because she's on Favonius. But because she has the her hold skill, typically you would need pretty high crit rate for most characters to proc Favonius. But because she creates so many of these little things, it's basically a guaranteed Favonius proc, like you see right there. It's like basically guaranteed because you hit like a total of 5 times. And so you're always gonna get that proc when you do the hold E on Diona. If you don't, you're like really unlucky basically. It's very close to like an 80-90% chance you're getting that proc. So again, I'll do it again. Okay, see, I didn't get it that time, but it's a very high chance. And even if you don't get it, you hit it. I think that was probably because of the cooldown, honestly. Hit it a couple of times, you're still gonna get that crit proc. And that early on when I didn't have Bennett, I was basically running Diona national team, and her shield is really good, her healing is really good. So the fact that she can shield and heal at the same time, shield gives you interruption resistance and heal just keeps you alive. She was super duper useful, especially in the early game. So definitely if you're in the early game, build Diona. Even now, I would still say she's still a really good unit. I just haven't really found a place to slot her quite yet in my newest team. So, but honestly, pretty good unit overall, and I would recommend building, just because shielding and healing is so useful. I used Diona with Hu Tao until I got Zhong. Yeah, exactly. She's a good replacement for like shield characters. And I would say if you're like lacking damage as well, for me, I run Diona with 4-piece Noblesse. So that gives her a bit more like a Bennett on my... She gives me a bit more of an attack buff when I run her on like a national team. Back then when I used to run Diona national, so... Or Dio national. Yeah, she was really good. So I did run Noblesse on her. So she basically gave my team energy and attack boost and healing and shielding. She's like the best support before I got Bennett. So yeah, definitely build her if you get the chance. She can make your team and your rotations feel really comfy. The next one I got was Beidou, coming in the 2.0 patch. Beidou is, I think, one of the strongest characters you can get as a 4-star. Very similar to Fischl, except that she doesn't give energy, she needs a bit more energy than she gives. But she does a ton of damage, just like Fischl does, and even at low constellations. I used Diona with Arlecchino until I got Sitlali. Yeah, basically the same idea. Very comfy shields. Now Beidou, she doesn't have any talents. You got her for free in the 2.0. That's the same time when Kazuha came out. The coolest thing I love about Beidou, first of all, the fact that she can like she's a pirate and she's super cool. But the fact that she has a very cool tight collar counter mechanic, which if you don't know, her counter is basically if you use her E at the exact time when she's attacked, that's from a passive. Counter attacking with tight collar at the precise moment when you get hit grants you the maximum damage bonus. So there's two ways you can get the maximum damage bonus. The first way is that if you get hit twice, then you get the maximum damage. The second way is that you hit it at the precise moment. So basically you do a perfect counter. And you have to time it really well because you need to know when the enemy is going to attack you for this to work. But when you get it down, it's just like so satisfying every time. I'm gonna find an enemy that probably this works pretty well in, just because her like maybe Magu Kenki is not a super cool. It's not like it's not the best example, but because he is a samurai, I guess. It does make sense to parry the samurai a little bit. So let me just illustrate like her counter mechanic. The fact that she can wield Serpent Spine too is also pretty cool, but I wouldn't. Serpent Spine isn't free, so I wouldn't like. So like this. I see I missed that. It's not super easy. You have to like get the timing just right. There we go. Perfect hit. I do have to get healed a little bit. It also does give you some iframes, but it doesn't like block all the damage. There's a limit to the amount of damage block. So usually that's the small hit, like if you don't get it right, that's a small hit. I'm dying again. Let me heal up a bit. But when you do get that counter, like it's so much cooler. Like how large the swing is and how much damage she does. Yeah, I didn't get it that time. The other thing though is that her burst does a ton of damage when you are in a 2 enemy situation. So when there are 2 enemies, her Stormbreaker kind of bounces between them, and there's like a maximum number of bounces basically. And there's like a maximum of 1 discharge per second, but basically it jumps between opponents. So it does the highest amount of damage when there are exactly 2 enemies. If there's more than 2 enemies, the damage will be spread out a little bit, which is not very good. If there's only 1 enemy, it can't bounce. But if there's 2 enemies, it just keeps bouncing to each other, and so her damage is like through the roof. And so the recent Abyss, when there are always like these 2 Ruin Guards or 2 what do you call Baptismal Bishops kind of thing, they like to do the 2-2. Every time you see like 2 enemies, that's when you use Beidou. Like I don't care like what other characters you have. If you see 2 enemies, just use Beidou. It doesn't even matter. Like she just destroys in every situation when there are 2 enemies. So that's what she's the best for. And like when you need like her counter for iframes, there we go. Perfect. You can see that I still take damage just because Magu Kenki like does a lot. But her counters just feel like so nice when you get it right. And when you do her counter, she actually gives you a lot more energy than you would otherwise. I think it's like 1 or 2 additional energy particles when she does like an extra counter. So yeah, definitely use her. The counter mechanic can be a bit hard to get used to, but build her right, give her a 4-piece emblem of Severed Fate, and she will work wonders in your team, especially when there are 2 enemies in the Abyss. Alright? Also one of my favorite characters. Honestly, I have a lot of these characters are my favorite. Okay, now we go to a less interesting duo. I'll probably skip over these quite quickly. Alloy. Who's Alloy? She doesn't exist, does she? I probably use her at some point as sort of like a pseudo cryo DPS. I will say there is one thing she can do, and that's that her E, like Frozen Wilds, when she shoots her bomb, it does give you quite a bit of energy. So she can also wield for bonus, so she can definitely like funnel cryo particles to your cryo DPS, for example. She's useful for that. But as far as damage wise, and she does get a cryo infusion on her bow shots, but it honestly doesn't do a lot of damage at all. When I got her, honestly, the thing that I wanted her to use her for was to collect fowl and raw meat. That was like her main use for me for a long time. So not much to say. She's not super outstanding, especially for a unit that's technically 5 stars, so it's kind of sad. But the fact that I didn't really have cryo units that really needed a lot of energy funneling, like Kaya as my cryo DPS was already doing pretty well. She has built-in energy mechanics, so she didn't really need all of the energy. So I didn't really end up using Alloy as much, unfortunately. And the next character is Xin Yan. Xin Yan is kind of a sad story. Like she has a really nice character story and a character arc, and like I really love her like aesthetic, in a way, like the whole rock aesthetic. And she has this cool little drum behind her that actually like bumps into her and plays when she's walking. But because she's like a weird split like physical thing, I could only like build her like physical. And I did use her at some point in Abyss when, you know, I didn't have any other like DPS. But because her shield is like, she has split scaling. Like you want defense for her shield, but then like you want to build like attack and like physical damage on her burst, and it's also split between pyro and physical damage. Her physical damage tends to like win out, so it's still better to build her physical, but because of her split scaling and the fact that she has super high cooldown on her shield, like 18 seconds, and it only lasts 12 seconds, which is really, really bad. And the fact that her defense, like I don't even play her with high defense, so her shield is basically meaningless anyway. Like it's just really bad. So I'll say the one thing that you can use her for is like maybe like some kind of burden shenanigans, because if you do hit like 3 or more opponents with her shield, it does like do an AoE pyro thing. If you build her enough EM, I guess you can do some burden shenanigans with Xinyan. But because if you use burden and build her EM, her shield doesn't actually last very long because it doesn't have high shield strength. She needs defense for shield strength. So overall, she just got hurt by like her split scaling. Like you want to build her physical, attack, defense, maybe EM, but you know you can't go all into like one of them because it will hurt the rest of her kit. So, which is kind of sad. So I didn't really end up using Xinyan as much, unfortunately. So she's kind of been on the bench for a long time. Pretty much since I got her. I maybe used her once in a bit and that was it. 2.4 was a big one. I want to say 2.4 was the next Lantern, right? And I did pick Xingqiu. Looking back on it, I probably regret it because we did get Xingqiu later on again in 2.6 right after, so I got him twice in a row. And you don't, as a Norwich player, like I really wanted to spread out and get different characters and not concentrate my constellations. But because I did get C1 in 2.6, I ended up choosing him again in 4.4, so I do have C2 Xingqiu. Which gives me like a decrease in Hydro Res for about 15% when he's using like his burst. So Xingqiu, again, I don't have to say much about this character. He's probably the character you heard of the most. The best thing about his kit is that, first of all, his E gives you like I think 5 particles, which is a ton of energy. So that's why you want to use like energy recharge on him. Black Beast, welcome in Black Beast. How are you doing? That's why you want to use energy recharge on him so that he can get enough energy to get his burst up. And his rain swords are like one of the strongest bursts in the game. It has really, really good hydro application, really, really good damage. And also both his E and his burst gives him interruption resistance because of the rain swords that you know surround him. And at C1, he does get an extra rain sword, which gives him even more sort of like damage block. So it gives you damage block, but interruption resistance is huge. Because that means your character doesn't get interrupted as much when you're like doing your abilities or combos. So he's honestly like almost like a must-have for like any team, especially like in national teams with a Bennett Xiangling, or even like a Taser team. So I use Xingqiu pretty much everywhere. My only problem with Xingqiu is that I only have one of him, and every single team seems to like want Xingqiu. So that's that's my only problem, right? So Xingqiu can work in like a national team like this. He can work in like a taser team like this. But again, in the biz, I can only use one of Xingqiu. So I always have to end up using like picking him in one team instead of the other, even though I wanted to use him in both teams. So in short, he's really good. Build him. He also has a cool outfit, and I do have 10-10-10. I do have a triple crown Xingqiu. I see a triple crown Xingqiu. Yes, I did, Black. Welcome in. Yes, he deserves it. He's a really good character. You'll see as we go. I have some characters triple crowned, and they are generally the characters I like the most and I think are the best. Of course, triple crown is not necessary, but it's just I just really like to like complete it. Most people wouldn't crown their like normal attack, but I'm doing it because I'm like, you know, Xingqiu deserves it. He helped me a lot, so he gets to complete his talents. But yeah, after Xingqiu, the next one was actually we actually came all the way into Sumeru. So the next character I got was Kale, and Kale, I think at least at the start she was really useful. She is getting she was because she was a Dendro unit and they just released Dendro at the time. I did use Kale quite a bit, especially as Dendro Traveler was still leveling up. But eventually Dendro Traveler sort of like took over her role and I didn't really need to use Kale anymore. And now that I have Tignari, I don't really need Kale anymore. But back then I did use her a lot. And the reason why I don't use her so much anymore is a few things. So first of all, let me talk about her good aspects. First of all, she's a bow character, so she can use Favonius, and that's pretty important because that means that you can basically funnel energy to the rest of your characters. So being able to wield, like if I just steal Diona's Favonius here for a second, she's not as good as Diona as proccing Favonius, I want to say, but she can work. So that's one plus that she has. The other plus is that she's a Dendro unit, and Dendro was pretty strong back in like 3.0. Her floral brush as well. Once you level her up, she gets a talent called Floral Ring. So that means that if you're once you trigger like a Dendro reaction, you will get like a sprout effect, and that's basically like a mini Barbara E effect where you apply Dendro to people around you. You have to be close to them, but it does give you an additional Dendro application, which is pretty nice. The thing that really holds back her kit is that her burst, even though it looks nice and it does quite a decent amount of damage, I would say, like it lasts way too short, only like 6 seconds. And she doesn't apply enough Dendro consistently to keep up like quicken reactions very well, and like hyper bloom reactions, this kind of thing. So she's not a very good Dendro applicator compared to the other options out there, like Dendro Traveler, and so she was replaced pretty quickly once I got used to like playing Dendro Traveler. So unfortunately I don't use her too much anymore. If at some point I have to use like 2 sets of Dendro teams, she's still a pretty decent Dendro character, I would say. So that is Kale. The next character I got was Dori. Dori is unfortunately not a very good character. The only reason I use her, I actually do use her right now. The only reason is because I needed a healer for my Tinari team, and it just so happens she's an Electro healer. Where's my Tinari team? Quickenari, here we go. It just so happens she's the only Electro healer I have, so she kind of fits into my Tinari team. Tinari team Quicken doesn't really need that high Electro application. It does need some healing though, I guess. And then she has, I do also, because she doesn't really, do much, I do have her on Noblesse, so at least when she uses her burst, she gives Tinari a little bit of boost. And I do have her on Katsuragi Kiri so that she gets her burst quite a lot more often. But besides like healing, honestly, she's the best co-op healer because she can heal like everyone in co-op like really quickly, and she can constantly apply Electro on enemies as well. So she's good like in that perspective. So, but I mean that's pretty much it. Her E is not very good, unfortunately. It like shoots like 2 random rounds and like it's supposed to like give her like the application is kind of bad and it's honestly very mediocre. There's other characters that can heal whole party in co-op too. Yes, this is true. This is true. But Dory's one is particularly cool because Dory's burst. So let's just read the burst as well. It kind of like creates this connecting line thing to like the characters around, and especially in co-op when there's like 4 different characters around, you can do some really cool shenanigans where you're basically applying electro to like all the enemies that you're fighting. And so she's actually like one of the best like co-op like supports, I want to say. Too bad you can't co-op in Abyss, but one thing I will say that at least saves Dory a little bit is that because she has this little like string, what do you call this, like say this burst, this thing, it actually applies electro like very often. So when I use a burst, this little line that connects hits enemies really quickly, and so it's actually like really good for like taking down the annoying abyss shields that you've seen around you know, Akhenaten and in Abyss. So I can probably find a couple of these guys around when I teleport here. But those shields, you know, if you, especially for me, like I don't have a lot of Natlan characters, so they're like super annoying to actually deal with. But Dory kind of helps with that just like quite a bit, just out of just because of the fact that her, wait, is that like a what? Is that like a phantom bird? Did you guys see that? I've never seen that before. Is that a phantom, like a abyss bird? Wild, actually wild. So like this guy, right? Like these guys have like really annoying like shield mechanics that like if you don't have like a Natlan character, it's very annoying to deal with. But I'm gonna show you here, like if I use Dory's burst, right? You can see it hits this guy like really quickly. See that? So it's actually like really helpful in like taking out like these shields from the Abyss boss. And then she fits really well into the Tignari team just because she can apply electro. And you see her burst comes up again really quickly. So I'm not a big fan of her, but I do kind of use her because she's still my only electro healer. I only have Kachina. Yeah, same. So Kachina is also my only sort of like Natlan character right now. I also powered up my Dory. Yeah, she does have 999 talents. But I guess I can't really complain. She does do a really good job healing. So, but her E is just kind of not that good, I want to say. But I'm glad that I picked Tignari so that she can actually be useful for me. Without Tignari, I'm probably not sure if I would even use her. There are some shenanigans you can do with Hyper Bloom, but it's not super consistent with Dory, so I wouldn't necessarily recommend it per se. Like EM Dory, I still think like her healing is probably the best part of her kit. Okay. 3.4 was the third lantern, right? And that was when we got Yao Yao. Yao Yao was one of the best characters we got when we got her for free. And that's because she, first of all, she was a Dendro character, and Dendro at the time was really rare. Like I only had Kale, Dendro Traveler, and then Yao Yao came into the party. And not just that, she was also a healer. So being able to consolidate Dendro application, and the Dendro application is really good. Like Yao Yao's like little rabbit radishes, like they heal and they apply Dendro, which is super good. Like let's say in any kind of quicken team where you need like a strong Dendro application, not strong Dendro, but a consistent Dendro application over time. She's really good. And you'll notice that I'm also building her with honestly pretty high like crit rate stats and attack stats. So I do have her on like Dialogues of the Desert Sages to heal a bit more. But she actually has, I actually do build her quite a bit of damage, and that's because like you can see I have a Dendro damage bonus goblet going on with her. This is a Dendro damage goblet. That's because she actually does quite a bit of damage, even with her burst. Her burst like will full heal even if you don't build HP on her. Like she will full heal your entire team when she uses her burst. So you honestly don't have to build her much HP. Give her a bit of damage and she can actually like carry some of those quicker reactions because when you're using her burst, you have to stay on her. If you switch out, her burst disappears. So you do kind of lose a few seconds. And if you don't want your DPS to go down too much, I would encourage you to build a bit of DPS on her, so that when she's using her burst, she still does like significant, like quite a decent DPS when she's on field. So Kale could never, yeah, Kale could never. So Yao Yao definitely like replaced in most of my Quicken teams, like Yao Yao quickly replaced Kale. So because she was better, she was also a healer. So and if you needed healing, she was just a great option. She will also be really good in a future Hyper Bloom team if I ever get Cookie. So I just don't like it that Sumeru only have one healer. Oh, really? Is there only one? Yeah, I guess Dory might have been the only healer, right? Oh gosh. Yeah, healers are like really few and far between, but they're so useful. Just because of the fact that they're healers, you kind of need to have them in like a team. I mean, I guess you don't need to if you're like crazy, but if you want like comfy runs in Abyss, you kind of do need a healer, or at least like a strong shielder. So, let me see. The other thing is that she does like do this HP recovery thing like over time as well, which is really, really nice. So it's not just that single heal, you do get some extra heal based on like her max HP over time. And yeah, she's also great at collecting crystal flies. What can I say? Build Yao Yao, she's great. For example, in this team, like I could have used Yao Yao instead of Kirara, for example. I think my standard team that I put her on is probably I want to say, yeah, so like this team with Lisa that I showed before, this team with like Yao Yao and Dendro Traveler, they both like apply a lot of Dendro, and then these two like go to ham on the opponents with Quicken. So, and then Yao Yao heals here. Yeah, but Yao Yao was really great. Also probably one of my strongest, like the one of the best 4-stars to build as well. Highly encourage like building Yao Yao. Okay, and also picking Yao Yao at Alenta, right? Definitely consider picking her, especially if you don't have a good Dendro unit. Okay, the next one is kind of, most people don't like her, but I actually do like her. So after Yao Yao, we did get Faruzan, our dear granny, who was stuck in a weird domain for a long time and is now like still this cute little girl, even though she's like 100 plus years old. Or is it 200 years old? I don't know. Anyway, so the cool thing about Faruzan is that she was probably the first unit besides a Nemo Traveler who actually did like proper swirls, like actually some kind of grouping. Back then everybody was using Venti and stuff, and like us accounts, like we only had like a Nemo Traveler to like crowd control. Faruzan was the first sort of like other 4-star crowd control character, sort of quote unquote crowd control. She doesn't do it super well, but she actually does do it like with her E. So what her E does is with the Wind Realm of Nazmijin, I can actually probably show with this team. What it does is that you sort of use her E, and the first proc, like the first time you use her E, that's a swirl. So that's a kind of a really quick on-demand Viridescent Venera proc that you can have on her. And it's a really low cooldown. You see it's 6 seconds. So I kind of have it up immediately in my next rotation. I can always make sure I have a when you equip her with 4-piece Viridescent, like you always get the Viridescent buff up. And then where the crowd control comes in, maybe I'll test it on like some of these guys who are like, maybe there's at least 2 of them that can illustrate this slightly better. Although these guys don't actually get controlled, but she does some pretty significant soul damage here, like this. You can shoot it on the ground, like that. Her burst is kind of meh. It doesn't do any damage after the initial one, but her elemental skill was where it's at. You can see how I was able to group them together like that by shooting in the middle of them. You see that? So you can actually like, if you're precise enough, you can do a lot of really good, like, very intentional crowd controlling with her. Build her some EM, give her Viridescent, and she can actually do some pretty decent damage all on her own. So still need to power up my Paruzan. Yeah, exactly. She gets quite a bit of hate just cause she's only like supposedly useful for like Wanderer and stuff, but I have found use of her like outside of her burst. Her E is actually really useful. Very low cooldown, always gives you that on-demand sort of Viridescent proc, and you don't have to use her charge attack right away. You can wait a while as well, and then use it when it's the right time, for example. And yeah, any enable unit is just great because she can wield 4-piece Viridescent Venerer and like decrease elemental res by 40%. So I've used her a lot in like a Quicken team where it's mainly electro damage from Beidou and Fischl. That's been very useful. Also in Taser, typically Taser is even stronger because the electro charge sort of bounces between enemies as well. So those are the kind of like the two, like Quicken and Taser are typically the teams that I would run a Faruzan in. She can definitely also like be played in, you know, National and other teams where you just want a Viridescent Venerer buff. But typically like Taser and Quicken are the teams that I've had the most success with running Faruzan. It just gives you that extra EM burst, and because it's like built, you can build her EM. She's really easy to build for sword damage. So okay. So I actually really like Faruzan. Definitely not like a top tier character. I wouldn't build her if you haven't built any of the other characters that I mentioned already, but still worth it. If you want to try her out and you like her design and all that. I think she's really cute. Probably the cutest granny. She's gonna have competition with Sitlali though, but at least I have her and I don't have Sitlali. So the next character is Layla. Layla is kind of like in a weird spot, I want to say. She actually has some pretty good cryo application. She's really cute. What is this? Oh, she has a buff right now. Yeah, she actually has a buff right now. One of my favorite things about Layla is that she has really good cryo application from her shield. So that's like when you use her shield and then use some other character's elemental skill, she'll accumulate these Night Stars, and Night Stars will sort of go and like apply cryo slowly to the enemy. Like it'll hit like once in a while kind of thing. And that gives you the cryo application, but because like you can see her shield duration and cooldown are exactly the same, she has 100% uptime on her shield. Isn't Faruzan an Amiibo buffer? Yes, she is, but typically I don't have like an Amiibo DPS, so I don't use her as an Amiibo buffer. I use her as an Amiibo crowd control. When I need her in. Layla's sleepy. Yeah, Layla is also sleepy, although her sleepy side is actually pretty cool. Her burst is also really nice. You basically stack HP on her, so her shield is really strong. And then the damage also scales with her max HP for her burst. So, and again, look, her cooldowns are really short. See, burst 12 seconds, 12 seconds, cooldown 12 seconds, duration 12 seconds. So she basically like, and her energy cost is really low, 40. So she's basically like 100% uptime shield, 100% uptime cryo application. So she's really strong in sort of like cryo based teams. Unfortunately, cryo is a bit out of meta right now. But in like a team where you need melts, so like you can replace like other cryo shielders like Diona or Sitlali. Layla is actually really good cryo applicator for melt teams. If you need a freeze team, Layla is also really great. So I'll see like when cryo comes back into the meta, when Naya comes around, I bet we're gonna see more Laylas around. So Yeah. So I also have her built to 999. I do give her 4-piece tenacity of the Millilith. She's, you know, just to give her a bit more HP, and also because of her like elemental skill, like doing damage as well with the stars, she is able to kind of proc the attack percent boost from this set as well. So really cool. I just have her on Calamity of Ishu. Like, her weapon doesn't really matter. But just because she has a shield, I'm gonna give her that. No other character is using it right now. But yeah, overall I do actually really like Layla. She's just a bit out of meta right now because cryo teams are not really in the meta. So the next one I have that we actually got 2 characters next in the next patch. And that is our, well, first of all we got Lynette, because that was the Fontaine patch 4.0. We got Lynette. Where's Lynette? Here we go. Lynette is actually really strong. And I don't know why a lot of people don't use her that's much. Like, I use her a lot. Especially when I didn't have Lanyan. Now I'm probably gonna switch between the two, Lanyan and Lynette. But Lynette, first of all, she has this like weird regenerating of her own HP, which sort of keeps her alive. So you might think like it's only a temporary HP, but because it keeps you alive, it just gives you time to heal her up a bit later. So it kind of like can save you in quite a bit of situations. It also deals like quite a bit of damage. Look at that motion value right there. It's pretty significant if you build her attack, and it has pretty decent like cooldown. I also powered up my Layla, but I wish she could help Dendro, but Ice doesn't do that. Yeah, there's no Dendro cryo reaction, unfortunately. Cryo would be a lot stronger if that were the case. The strong thing about why I typically use Lynette in a national team with Bennett and Xiangling, and the reason is because of her burst. So her burst is like this taunt that's pretty cool, but it also continuously applies that anemo, which is when you put 4-piece Viridescent banner on her, it's gonna keep applying that swirl, so you can get that consistent. You can get your resistance reduction, but also Lynette has a talent that is I believe Sophisticated Synergy. Within 10 seconds after you use her burst, when there are X number of types in the party, you actually give an additional attack boost. So it's a bit like a Bennett as well, like you give an attack boost. So when I have Bennett and Xiangling, this is like I'm adding another Bennett, not a full Bennett, but half a Bennett, or like half a Noblesse basically, onto that Xiangling's Pyronado. So if I do the snapshotting right, I can actually boost my Xiangling's damage by just a little bit that she needs. Bleach OP10. Welcome, Lincoln. How are you doing? We're just doing a sort of an account review right now. And yeah, we're talking about Lynette. I think Lynette, definitely one of my favorite characters. Being able to apply 4-piece Viridescent is huge. I also powered her up, brother. Yeah, I have her at 999. We'll see though. The other thing is that her burst can also, when it comes into contact with one of the reactive elements, it can convert into that element. So it will still apply anemo damage. No, it still does the anemo damage, but now it can react with itself. So even if like you don't have any more hydro application, once it's absorbed the hydro application, it can take the role of Xingqiu, for example, applying that hydro on behalf of Xingqiu when his rain swords are down, so that you can continue to vape with your Xiangling or something, you know. It's just so useful. The fact that it can absorb and it still does anemo damage, like it will basically swirl itself. So, and it will keep, you know, proccing that resistance reduction with 4-piece Viridescent. So I really love Lynette. Definitely worth building if you have not already. Plus she's just so cute. Look at her. She's a cat. She has a great outfit. I leveled her up, no regrets, she's fun to play. Yeah, she's really fun. Oh, the other thing about her, how can I forget? Alright, the other favorite thing about her is her E helps her run really fast. So, but especially when I had her like exploring, like this is just so useful. And she does that little jump at the back. At some point, like I was like putting together a team of all of my runners, and then um, my first character that I could do that with was Lynette, and eventually like I got the other characters that could run fast. So I got Lynette, for example, and then Kirara later on. Who else did I have? We got Kachina over here. And then I think, and then now we got Lanyan. I think we had another runner character. We've just like these four are like my running characters. So you know, even though I don't have like Yelan or anything like that other people do, I can run pretty fast with like Kirara, and then with Kachina, and then with Lynette, and then now with Lanyan. I can explore pretty far, and then I can just cycle between all of them as I go. So it's pretty cool. I love the exploration mechanic characters. It just makes it so much fun to play. So much easier to explore as well. Alright. In the same patch that I got Lynette, I also got Bennett, and I don't really have to talk much about Bennett. Everybody knows Bennett is the true Pyro Archon. I have him on Sapwood Blade, so he gets a bit of energy recharge. It doesn't ignore this entirely. Ignore this passive effect, it doesn't matter. Just giving him energy recharge is good enough. Obviously Noblesse. I do actually give him you can actually build him a bit of attack, I think. But I built him a bit more energy recharge focus so that I make sure I have his burst up basically all the time. I think his energy recharge is like 248%. This is a bit ridiculous energy recharge, but honestly you don't need him much outside of his burst. So his burst gives you a big attack. The one thing I will say is that I do have him at Triple Crown. One thing you want to notice is that his E is actually pretty short cooldown, right? Like it says it has a 5-second cooldown. It's actually I think a bit shorter if it's like a press E. I think it's like 3-second cooldown for a press E, if I'm not wrong. And then, but under his burst, so he has this thing called Rekindle, which is decrease passion overload CD by 20%. And that means that when you use his E within his burst, you actually get an even quicker cooldown on his E. So his CD is also reduced by 50%. Yeah, so your cooldowns are also reduced by 50%. So with this one and this one, your cooldown's reduced by like a ton. So you always want to make sure like when you use his E to charge out his burst, when you're in his burst and you have the chance to use his E, use his E again. Because that means like the next time you use his E will come up a lot faster and you're going to generate a lot more pyro particles for Xiangling. So that's something you want to keep in mind when you're using Bennett. I also have low constellation on the Bennett, basically C0. So I don't have this like no HP restriction thing. So I do have to make sure I only like use Pyronado when my HP is high enough. Otherwise I don't get the attack buff. But if you have C1, you don't have to really care about that. C1 just makes him a bit more comfy to play. When you get her C4 get to run twice. Oh yeah, C4 Lynette does give her a second use of her E as well. Yep. But yeah, I probably won't have access to that for a while. But yeah, Bill Bennett, just triple crown him. He deserves it. He's like you can basically use him like any team, and well, maybe not any team, but any like attack scaling team, which is like a lot of teams. So the only thing I want to say is that he does apply pyro to yourself. So if you're fighting like a boss that applies hydro to you, like the Hydro Talpa or the Swanee, as you might have fought this Abyss, you have to make sure you dodge those attacks, because if you get vaporized on a hit, you are getting one shot if you are standing in a Benny burst and you have pyro aura on you. The other cool thing that I don't get to do, but if I had picked Jean, for example, I can do like Sunfire Jean with Bennett, which could be an interesting sort of gimmick. But that's the only other team that I can foresee. Otherwise, he's always paired with Xiangling in my team. So, but yeah, be careful of this additional self-pyro application to yourself, because that can like ruin your runs if you're not paying attention to dodging. But yeah, Bennett definitely I use him all the time. There's no dropping this man.
いい冒険だ出発
There is no dropping this man. There's no escaping this man. He's unstoppable. Alright. After a Bennett, so Bennett was 4.0, the next character we got was Fremine. Again, Fremine is one of those characters that most people do not use. And that's because he has a bit of weirdness where he has a bit of split scaling going on. So this is a lot of text to read, but basically, maybe what happens is that when you use his E, he starts sort of this attack string combo thing that sort of changes his cryo damage and physical damage depending on you know, which number of his burst timer it is. And it's a bit hard to explain, so let me just...
我が義兄は傑物にも恥じない
So he's best played, first of all, he's technically a physical damage dealer because he has this talent called let me see, like parallel condenser. When you trigger shatter, the damage dealt by your basically your like E combo is increased by 40%. So you do want to run him in like a freeze sort of frost team. But when you use his E, his little purse thing comes up, and that basically tracks how many times you're going to do a normal attack. So your first hit, 1, and they're all going to have cryo, you see? They all have cryo, but they all also have physical. So you can tell this by the color of it. So I use this, which is cryo, and then you can see I'm hitting with both the yellow color and the sort of cryo blue color on all those hits. So again, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the last one is a pure physical. And what happens is that as you are doing this combo, your physical attack gets higher, gets stronger, and your cryo attack gets weaker. So by the end of it, you're doing a full physical attack, and that's why you build him typically full physical. But that's why people kind of misunderstand like why he's like split scaling. Oh, is he like a cryo or like a physical DPS? He's actually a physical DPS. The reason he has cryo application on his E is not for you to melt on him, although you certainly can, like if you do this E thing, and if you use E again, he will end his combo and do like a stronger cryo hit. You can certainly do like a melt on him. But what I really think he shines in is in like a freeze team. Where if you have a Xingqiu, for example, you're applying the rain swords, and that every time you apply, you shatter with the claymore hit, but then you also refreeze with the cryo hit, and that allows him to proc shatter multiple times. So when you have like maybe not a Candace, I don't think Candace can override his attacks, but if you have like a Xingqiu, is this like an enemy, by the way? Oh no, this guy is... Oh, it is an enemy, okay. So his main combo is that if you use his burst, you can see like how I'm like constantly shattering and freezing him over and over again. And you don't get the damage here, but because I'm just hitting a shield, but that's the kind of his main point. So you can see like I'm constantly shattering and refreezing him, so I can do even more physical damage on the next hit. So, and then his burst just makes his combo a lot cleaner. So his burst will fill out the burst timer quicker, so you get to that strongest physical strike faster, and that increases his DPS. So honestly he doesn't get much play, but I will highly encourage you, like if you're fighting Suani and you don't want to use a melt team just because maybe you use your Xiangling somewhere else or something, Fremine can basically solo the Suani because he can freeze the Suani and then use a blunt attack with the Claymore to hit the Suani out of commission. So he can do both. You don't have to apply melt, you can just apply a blunt hit with Fremine. You freeze the Suani like this and then you whack it and then he will go down. So Fremine is like actually really good in those kind of situations. I will say he is still kind of situational though. So I wouldn't like recommend him over like other kind of characters that I've already talked about, but I would say don't sleep on him. Give him the Melusine weapon, that's what I did. looks really cute with it. Look at him. He's so cute. And I gave him 4-piece Pale Flame, so that boosts his physical damage. And then yeah, I have him at 999 talents, but no constellations. So I think he does get quite a bit better with his constellations as well. Although I'm not sure. But yeah. So that's Premine in a nutshell. I think he's a really cool character, I think. I think he definitely doesn't deserve the hate that that people give him sometimes. Alright. The next character I got was a very useless character. Goro. One of the most useless characters on this account because I do not have a very strong Geo DPS. Granted, he did improve my Ningguang a little bit, but not enough to even make her Abyss viable. So, what does he do? I don't know. His burst and his E basically does the same thing. It gives like Geo damage. I think his burst gives him a bit more crystallizes. A completely useless ability, unless maybe I have Navi or something. But even then, he basically gives you like damage, defense bonus, and some geo damage bonus. That's mainly what I use him for in my Ningguang team. She gives Ningguang a bit more geo damage. But that's it. Like increased defense. I don't really have like he's probably pretty good in like a Noel team if I ever run Noel ever again. But that's not happening anytime soon. So I honestly have not used him. The one thing that maybe is good is that again he is a bow character, so he can use Favonia's Warbow from Diona, but which is actually pretty important for a Noel team because Noel does not generate energy, which is what's sort of keeping her behind because she doesn't generate energy with her E. Like Goro can help with that a little bit with the she's basically a geo buffer, but I don't really have very strong geo DPS. So have not really used him. Ignore what weapon he's on right now. I just gave him a random weapon. Oh, and I also gave him Noblesse because he was so useless. I decided to, if I have him around, let me just at least do something for the party. Just at least just give us Noblesse. I really wish he was going to be a powerful buffer like that. Yeah. Unfortunately, Goro isn't that. He's also a furry, but okay. I digress. Don't build Goro unless you have like a Ito or a Chiori or I don't know, unless you really have a plan for this man with his like defense and geo buffs. Otherwise do not build him. Not worth it. Random furry slander, I can't. It's not okay. It's not he really is one though. Okay, anyway. Let's move on. I don't really use Goro. If you find use for him, congratulations. I would like to know what team you're using him on. But if I were to suggest a team for Goro, it would be like a full geo team. So for me, it would be Ningguang, Kachina, I guess Noel, Kachina, Goro. This would be my full geo team that I would use Goro in. I have never used this team, to be honest, and I don't even know if there's any situation where you would want to use this team. Maybe you're fighting Geo Hypostasis or something, I don't know. That's as far as I can think of. Alright, the next character that we also got her cool outfit. Guess who? Our very beloved Amazon delivery woman. I can just find her. Alright, yeah, because I put Pardos on here accidentally. Just put it back on this team. Our cute little Kirara. She's really, really good in the Tignari team. I use her all the time, and that's because Tignari's main weakness is that he's a bow character, and to get all the high DPS, he cannot be interrupted. Otherwise, it knocks him out of his charge attack state, which is really bad for him. But Kirara kind of solves that problem because Kirara gives him a shield, so that he gets interruption resistance, so he doesn't get knocked out of combat. But also, she, as a Dendro character, we can also put Deep Wood on her, so that she reduces opponent's Dendro res, and that opens up my Tignari to run like more attack-based sets. So I don't have to run Deep Wood on Tignari. I can run it on Kirara, and then Tignari can do can have a damage set so that he does even more damage. So her shield is really, really comfy. I think it's pretty much 100% uptime. So yeah, shield duration 12 seconds, cooldown 8 seconds for press and 12 seconds for hold. So if she basically has 100% uptime on the shield, and it actually, while you're holding her shield, she actually also applies Dendro as she's like hitting enemies while in her like little box, cute little cat parcel form. And then her burst also has pretty low energy cost, and it kind of spreads out like a bunch of cat bombs in the area, which is nice for like AoE. But even for like big bosses, what you'll notice happen is that because typically bosses are pretty big, like the Hydro Tulpa, like all of those little bombs actually all hit typically because they just have such a large collision size, so it's actually pretty good. Same thing with Ganyu. So yeah, the other cool thing about Kira is she can transform to a box. She actually moves faster, and look at all the sparkles. So you can see how I'm like constantly applying Dendro here like this, which is really nice. And she generates pretty good energy as well. And so now my Team Nari is just free to like attack, right? Because I have shield up. Yeah. So the other thing I do use Kirara for is that I do equip her with the Sword of Nadisenkreuz. And that's because when I fight the whale boss, I typically use Tighnari, and then this one just helps with the whale boss. But she can honestly just hold any weapon. It doesn't matter too much. She doesn't need very high energy recharge because her burst is really low energy cost, and you know, you only really need to build her HP, I believe, so that her shield becomes stronger. So she is triple crowned as well. My cute little cat. Well, not a cat, Nekomata, because she has two tails. Remember, she's not a cat. Not a cat. She'll remind you that many, many times. But I do triple crown all of the characters that I have really cool costumes on. And she does have a very cool costume. Look at her. Puss in Boots. A not cat. A not cat in boots, indeed. I would definitely recommend Kirara if you have Tighnari, for example. But even if you don't have Tighnari, like she is still a really good shielder. Like her shield, I don't think, like, it's very rare that her shield breaks, basically, unless like I'm getting hit by a really strong attack. But her shield is very, very convenient, and having the 100% uptime helps a lot. Cat. Okay, coming to the end here. The next one was 5.0, where of course we got Kachina, and Tighnari. I will just talk about Kachina first. So Kachina, I don't really use her too much. I gave her the Dark Hands Assistant. Oh, okay. I don't know what that is, but I'm guessing it's one of the weapons you can get from polls. Okay. Kachina, I feel, again, because she's Geo, she's kind of held back. The only reason, like, for you to use her is the fact that she's a Natlan character and she can wield Cinder City. So in a situation where I do need, like, a Night Soul Burst mechanic, like for a certain event or like a certain boss, for example, or if I do need, like, the really strong Geo hits, so I can swap out, like, within a national team, for example. Like instead of a Lanyan, I could put Kachina in here, for example. Because she does, with the Cinder City, does give like the national team enough buffs. But outside of that, like it's not really because of her kit that she's there, it's just because of the fact that she's a Natlan character. Honestly, my best use of Kachina is the fact that she can scale up walls pretty well. And even then, not very quickly. Outside of Natland, you can only go like here. That's it. And then the rest of the way. But in Natland, like this is what I use her for the most. It's climbing up cliffs like this. So I mean, she's pretty cute, and I do love her character design. I just wish like Turbo Twirly was a bit. Honestly doesn't do enough damage, and Otherwise, it's just sitting there and doing that. So, but yeah, build her defense. But just be prepared that she's not gonna do much damage, and she's mostly just there as a Cinder City bot. So, I will say there is one boss, at least in the Natlan. There is one trick you can do with, like, if you're farming this boss for like other characters, this Kachina, and if you don't have like any of the other Natlan characters, I guess. Or even if you do, I think Kachina probably does this the best on this boss. So let's say if let me go to my, let me just make this a Kachina national team, for example. So if I run national like this, so typically I would run like a Viridescent Venerer, but Kachina can like sort of replace BB with her Cinder City buff. Just a little bit. So I'm actually like can do like decent damage without like a VB. The cool thing about this boss is that Kachina sort of counters it pretty well because of her little turbo twirly mechanic, which you'll see in a bit. I'm just not using it right now because I want to use it. I want to make sure it's up when he uses his ability. Okay. Okay, now he's gonna use his little thing ability. You can hop on Kachina like this, and really quickly like take out. I did that really badly, but you can stomp it once and then stomp it one more time like this. Take him out and then, you know, do your combos. So that's pretty much all I use Kachina for, is for this boss. But she does make the boss like significantly easier because of the way that she can just jump, and then she can jump to the next block really quickly with her little turbo twirly. But that's pretty much it. Would I recommend building her? If you don't have a Natlan character, probably you should have at least one. So I would build her if you don't have anyone else, and she is the one free one that you get. So, but as far as using her outside of it, like other teams, you know, only if you have like, you don't have any other option. So that is Kachina. Besides Kachina in 5.0, we did get the free 5-star selector. I got Tighnari. Needless to say, Tighnari is my strongest character. I have him on Viridescent Hunt. He doesn't need a battle pass weapon. He can work perfectly well with the Ibis Piercer, a free weapon. Gives him EM, which he really likes, as well as Afterlife uses a charge attack, which he does. He can use either the Ibis Piercer or the Windbloom Ode. Both of these are really good options for him. I just have him on Iridescent Hunt because I like the green drip on him. That's why. But he works perfectly fine with these two weapons as well, and it's not a big difference. Again, because my Kirara is running the Deepwood set, I can run full attack on him. I do have him at triple crowned. And my favorite part about him, about his kit, I think I've showcased this team like several times now, but the cool thing about this my traditional Tighnari Kuken team is that he does a ton of single target damage, like a ton. And if I can find like an enemy around here, if I can find like an enemy that doesn't have resistance to Dendro around here, you'll be able to see that pretty quickly because he's pretty much like unmatched on my account in terms of like single target. Especially once I have the Quicken going on him with Fischl and Kirara, and once I've applied like Dory's burst and I got the attack buff from Dory, like he's doing a ton of damage. The fact that, so how he works is that when you use his E, it gives him 3 charge attack charges. If you swap out, he'll still have them, so that's nice. And it will taunt, his E will taunt, and then you can do your combos like this. And when you're actually like fighting a real boss, the boss is gonna attack you, right? So you want to make sure you dodge. So dodge. The moment you charge shot, you dodge. Charge shot, dodge. That's his combo, and it's so quick. You can see how quick his rotation is. he gets his burst back really quickly because he charges up like so much energy. And then again, goes into this again, and then like that. 1, 2, 3, and then that's it. That's his combo. It's so quick, and he does all his damage in such a short window of time, which is super duper good for, like, you know, those annoying bosses that hide underground and like you only have this short window of time to like actually deal damage to them. Yeah, Tignari excels in those kind of situations. Just give him Fischl, just put, even like use Dory E, and then make sure the quicken is going, and then he's doing like, you know, 20k plus charge attacks. And he does that in such a short window of time. So typically the combo is I get Fischl, I apply Deepwood, I use Burst, and yeah, it just melts. It just melts opponents. Sorry, this poor little Saurian had to face the brunt of it, but yeah, he does a lot of damage. So Tignari, pretty much the strongest. I want to say the strongest 5-star for any, like, standard 5-star for anyone to use. His main drawback is that these little like cluster bloom arrows, so if you hit the ground, they're still homing towards an enemy, but if you're in like a cave, or if like the enemies are near a wall, they can like hit the wall and become completely useless. So that's one downside to him. But other than that, he's also not very strong in AoE situations. Again, he's only single target. So if you have a lot of, like, if you have 2 enemies or 3 enemies, I would lean towards less using Tignari. But in those situations, that's where you can pull in Beidou, right? So Beidou is really good in the 2 enemy case. And Tignari is, and she's weak in the single target case, but Tignari makes up for that. She's stronger in like the single target case. So overall, really like Tignari. He's still on my team. You'll see me using Tignari for quite a while. So definitely, if you lose your 50-50 to Tignari, don't be sad. He's actually pretty legit. Build him up. You know, give him. He actually wants a mix of EM and attack. So typically, I think his EM, he actually really wants around 400 EM. It's just that my stats came out to be like this in a bit. But build him both with attack and EM, because he does have a talent called Scholarly Blade, where every EM, his charge attack damage actually increases, and this scales slightly better than attack. Just because it's like it's a percent bonus onto the charge attack, not onto the attack damage, like the attack stat itself. And EM also, you know, does damage through a quicken reaction as well. It improves the spread damage. So that way, with us, it does sound like he's split scaling, but it's actually not, because it's nice to be able to, you know, have pretty decent stats in both attack and EM, and that boosts his damage by quite a bit. And then if you have other like team buffs that buff EM, like if you have a Sucrose, for example, and Nahida, for example, any other characters that buff EM or attack, like he can benefit from both of that. If in Abyss you get a Benediction that buffs attack or EM, he can benefit from both of that. So, and pretty much equally well. So that's what's really nice about him as well. His artifact farming is quite a bit more flexible than other characters, I would say. Alright, Tignari, my best standard 5-star, of course. And then 5.1, we got Candace. Honestly, I really like Candace. I love the fact that she has like different colored eyes. I still can't get over the fact, and it's also like not just both blue like Furina. Like it's actually like one blue and one like yellowish or like greenish. I can't really tell. But the fact that she has heterochromatic eyes is so cool. Plus, her design is amazing, guys. Look at this. She isn't like, I would say like she isn't super useful on a lot of my teams. I put her on Star Glitter because her burst is pretty costly. Well, I guess like 60 energy, but like maybe not that costly, but she's mostly used for her burst. Her counter mechanic with her shield is not quite the same as Beidou's. It can miss and it doesn't do quite as much damage, so she's not really like someone that I would use to like do like those precise counter attacks or anything like that. It does give you some iframes though, which is nice. So that's something she does have going for her. And like if you do get hit by the attack, you know, you finish your charging the charge attack, like the charge version of her elemental skill immediately. So that's nice. Her burst is where like she's probably the most useful in, where she can basically apply Hydro Infusion to your Sword, Claymore, and Polearm characters. So in a situation where you need that Hydro Infusion, let's say you want to vaporize with Xiangling, for example, like it can be useful. What I've actually found most successful is that she can give Xingqiu Hydro Infusion, and because Xingqiu is already built with, you know, attack and scaling with his Hydro damage, now you have a Xingqiu that is doing damage with his burst and his E and his normal attacks. So she's really nice for that. So typically the team and the boss that I typically find her really useful to beat is that Cuckoo Sword boss, actually. So for example, in this team, instead of Kachina, I will have Candace, for example. And maybe this is not the team I would fight the Cuckoo Sword boss. The Cuckoo Sword boss, I probably wouldn't use Pyro. I think he does have Pyro resistance. So I would probably use something closer to like a Electro Charged, or almost like a weird Hyper Bloom-ish team. Something like this. Maybe it doesn't have to be exact like this. Maybe I'll even run Lanyan just to get the yeah, I think Lanyan might be slightly better. Something like this. And the idea is that when that Cuckoo Sword is like in the air, like Xingqiu's Rain Swords could hit it, and Candace with her like her shield thing and her burst can also hit it like while it's still pretty high up in the air. And so that's when the Cuckoo Sword was in the abyss, I did use Candace and Xingqiu to take it down pretty quickly. So, and Candace was basically the only other Hydro character I have besides Barbara, and the problem with Barbara is that she doesn't generate energy, but at least Candace does, so she does help the team a little bit more. So yeah, Candace was definitely, I think I used her once in Abyss, but otherwise not featured in a lot of my other teams. I use her to basically to buff Xingqiu, and that's pretty much about it. So, but I like her design, so she does have that going for her at least. So I like the fact that she's also like the only character with this cool shield thing. And yeah, even if an enemy doesn't hit you, if you just hold it long enough, it does charge to its charge attack. I love her different colored eyes. Yeah, she's really pretty too. Look at her. Really, really pretty. I still love the fact that she like hits with a shield. The other thing is that I use her a lot. If you see me play, like you'll notice that I use her to mine a lot. And that's because she has a very quick blunt attack like this. This one is really good for mining. And if you stack it up well with her E, you can do like this 3-hit combo. And that completes your mining of like 1 ore, basically. So that's the other thing I use her for, like for mining. Yeah. I wish her kit was a little better though. So I wouldn't recommend like building her unless like you really need another Hydro character. For me, I really needed another Hydro character because the only other Hydro character I had was like basically Xingqiu, and Barbara. And Barbara is like, you know, the fact that she doesn't generate energy is just kind of sus. Sure, she's a great healer, but the fact that her E doesn't generate energy is really bad for like the entire team. So really needed to build Candace. So at least I have 3 Hydro characters now. So yep, but that's Candace. And yeah, finally the last character I got was Lanyan. So I've gone through all the other characters. Lanyan, it's probably the most recent character. You probably heard a lot of people talk about Lanyan. Lanyan, super cute. Oh no, yeah, I wanted to take off my face because I was gonna show like things here on the bottom right, and I didn't want my face to block it. But basically, yeah, she can wield 4-piece bird. That's decreased resistance with swirl. And she has a really comfy shield. It doesn't quite have 100% uptime, but it's not that bad. I think this is like what 70-80% uptime ish. I want to say it's not that bad. Her shield is actually pretty good. And the damage on her swirls is actually pretty strong. So you have to build her. She has a bit of you have to build her attack in order to scale with her shield. So but for me right now, the recent abyss I have her at on EM because the recent abyss buffs swirl damage. So that's why I have her on EM. But even with EM, because she levels up with attack percent, like she does still have some pretty decent attack. So I still have some decent shield potential with her, even with high EM. So now she does like good swirl damage, but also maintains her shield uptime pretty well. Her burst also has pretty good motion values. 409.8 times 3 hits, so it's 3 hits of 409 every like 15 seconds. And it's a pretty low energy cost. I do run her on Oathsworn, so she gets that attack percent, but also energy recharged by 48%. So that when you use her skill and get the energy particles, she actually recharges her burst pretty quickly. Better shield than Sitlali's Kappa. Yeah, and I know her constellation makes her shield better as well. But I really enjoyed her. I still have her on like my exploration team. My favorite thing is the fact that she can fly. It's kind of a bit high cooldown, but it's really fun to use her. So yeah, definitely one of the characters that I would recommend building, especially if you need an Nemo character. The fact that she consolidates the shield spot is also really strong. Being able to apply Viridescent Venemer debuff and have a shield is pretty, yeah, it's pretty valuable. I think she's the first Anemo shielder as well, so you won't get any other character like her for a while. Budget Kaching Al Haitam E, yeah, basically. Alright. I think that basically goes through all of our characters, except one character. Can you guess which character we've missed out of all of these? Yep, you name it. It is the Traveler. It is Lumine, our girl Lumine. And I won't talk about like all of Lumine's forms because she does have, well, maybe I will rate all of the forms like pretty quickly. So starting on, a Nemo Traveler is really strong. A Nemo Traveler with her Tornado. There are some like old Twitch clips of me using like a Nemo Traveler's Tornado to basically like crowd control Mirror Maidens. If you time it right and you're good at it, like she can actually do really well in like a freeze kind of team. And she carried me a lot in the lower levels as well. Yeah, even though her Tornado is a bit hard to like use, it's actually usable. Her Geo form is actually pretty strong. Too bad Geo is kind of like out of the meta now, but if like in the Goro team, for example, I wanted to do Geo damage, I could put like Geo Traveler in there. So Geo Traveler is really strong with golden, with like her E skill does quite a bit of damage, and her burst also does gives like crit rate within that area of the Geo. But I haven't really used Geo Lumine in a long time. It was mostly like starting out early where I used Geo Lumine a lot. There are certain things you can do with Geo Lumine though, like climb certain cliffs with her little maybe I'll swap to Geo Lumine just a bit just to illustrate. Just because like she's pretty unique in the sense that she has a mini like Zhongli like Geo construct structure kind of thing. That actually can come out useful in certain like exploration situations, although not so much that I found anymore. Not so often as I used to use her. When she does have her Geo little boulder thing, I want to say, like you can do some weird like climbing shenanigans. Or like if you can't reach like a certain point, like you can like sort of take your Geo thing and like, you know, move it. I didn't do a good job. I don't know how it dropped there, but you could basically like use these to climb. Like Did they patch this? Is it all just gonna come down? I'm pretty sure you used to be able to like put this up and like... They might have patched it, I'm not sure. Oh wait, it's up there now. It's kind of jank, honestly. Like you could use this for like exploration in some ways. And there is like a night trial boss which requires you to use plunging attacks. So you could do it for that as well. I've used her for the Geo Wolf Lord. You can spam a bunch of these and like use it to break the Geo Wolf Lord's little wolf heads as well because it's Geo. But yeah, that's pretty much what you can do with her. This is a unique mechanic. But her burst also does that. Like what I was mentioning. The punches AoE. There is supposed to be like a reduces Starfall Sword, final hit. Oh, your final hit also does the geo damage, yeah. One of her constellations, I believe, let me think. It's either this one, Everlasting Boulder maybe. It's invincible, yeah, Invincible Stonewall. So C1 gives you crit rate increased by 10% and increased resistance to interruption when you're within her burst. Her burst creates this like circle of like basically rocks, and when you're in it you get crit rate. So I would say I've only ever used her within a Geo team, so otherwise I haven't used her. Electro Traveler, completely useless. I've never really used Electro Traveler. We can skip that. Not even worth talking about. Hydro Traveler, same thing. There was that little glitch gimmick where she could do a bunch of damage with Xiao Lanterns. It was a pretty popular YouTube TikTok clip, something. I will talk a little bit about Dendro and Pyro Traveler though. So Dendro Traveler is the traveler. It's sort of my default traveler. It is the strongest traveler by far, and that's because of her burst. Her burst is pretty costly though, so I do build quite a bit of ER on her. Her burst is actually you have to know like what it does a little bit. So maybe I'll try to explain a little bit. When it comes into contact with either Hydro, Electro, or Pyro, it does different things. First of all, you never want it to contact Pyro because you don't want it to explode and disappear. You want it to kind of... It has a really, really large AoE. Like really large. Larger than any of my other 4-star characters. And that allows Lumine to apply Dendro to every enemy. It is circle impact, but it's so big of a circle that it's not really circle impact anymore. You want the lamp to be either buffed with Hydro or Electro. The best is Hydro because Hydro will increase the AoE, and you know it. Well, either one is pretty good. So Hydro will increase the AoE of the lamp. And the AoE of the attack, so that it also like if you have a lot of enemies, it like applies Dendro to more of them. Electro is also not bad and increases attack speed. The application will be the same though. It just does more damage. So either Hydro or Electro is actually pretty good. You just don't want it to contact Pyro. This is very important because enemies can also apply elements. So if you're fighting like Pyro enemies, you need to be very careful that your lamp doesn't hit the Pyro slime or something. Typically, like when I use Lumine in the Quicken team, for example, I will, I typically will have it transfigured to Electro because I use her on a Quicken team. So I will use her burst and then immediately like summon Oz or use like Beidou's E or burst or something on top of that lamp so that the lamp will get that Electro buff, and that way once you apply it with one element, it won't react to any of the other elements. So once you apply Electro, for example, if like an enemy applies Pyro, like it won't affect. So only the first element that it comes into contact with will change its sort of like transfiguration, basically. So, and then her E is also really good. It's pretty low cooldown, 8 seconds, deals quite a bit of damage. And she's a really good deep root memories holder as well, because she just applies Dendro everywhere. So that's what I use her for. I do have her on Amenoma because I really like the elemental skill interaction. Her elemental skill is pretty low cooldown, and characters with low E elemental skill cooldowns synergize with this weapon a lot because basically like every time you use your skill you gain 1 seed and you can have up to 3 seeds. And then once you use your burst, you consume the seeds and you get basically refunded energy. So the more times you can use your skill in between your bursts, the better value you're getting out of Aminoma. And the cool thing is that you basically have less ER requirements with the sword, but you still maintain like a pretty high attack stat because of and damage because it's an attack weapon. So I have like a pretty high attack and I'm running like only like 160 ER. Typically you need like 200, but because you have Aminoma, it actually, especially when you're running like Fischl in this team, in my Dendro team, it turns out really, really well. So right now my Dendro Traveler, basically, if my Quicken team is typically Tignari for single target, if I do need an AoE, it would typically be not this team but this team. If I do need a Quicken team that's AoE, I would typically run this team. So Beidou, Yao, Lumine, and then Fischl. And this was my strongest AoE Quicken team. So yeah, that is Dendro Lumine. The last Lumine that I will talk about is a more recent Lumine because she's Pyro Lumine, and Pyro Lumine gets a lot of hate because she's almost useless. I want to say almost. She has like basically like one use case, and I'll show you in a minute. It's called Burgeon Lumine, and Burgeon Lumine works because her E, like this. Oh, I held her E. Sorry, that was the wrong E. Although this could still work because she does coordinated like attacks. Let me just switch over to my Burgeon team. This is my Dendro team. So my Burgeon team, right now I have her on Kale, Yao, and Xingqiu because I needed more Dendro application to keep the blooms coming. Basically the idea is that I run a I feel like I always teleport to a spot with like no enemies. So maybe I'll teleport somewhere like here, for example, where there's bound to be enemies. The idea is that you want to generate blooms and then have Lumine come in and sort of get burgeons off on those blooms. It's not the best team, which you'll see in a second. It's not super great because it doesn't have very good energy generation. But I do this, I get Xingqiu in, I get Burgeon on, and you can see that the ticks go out and I'm basically applying Burgeon. Okay, yeah, that was it. And then now the team has like really bad like energy issues because Lumine doesn't do much outside of that. But that's basically the idea. You apply Burgeon with the little pyro ticks with her press E. And then you can use her in that way. But that's pretty much all I've seen Lumine be useful for in the pyro form. So that's about it. I wasn't doing a lot of Burgeon damage because I wasn't like built with EM. But if you did want to build her Burgeon damage, you would equip instead of like a Deepwood set, of course you would use the 4-piece Flower of Paradise Lost set. So this set. Currently, I don't have any characters equipped with this set. But you would use 4-piece Flower of Paradise Lost, and then your Burgeon would typically be pretty strong. It would go up to like, I think it's like 30k damage if I'm not wrong, which is actually pretty good. So that is the Burgeon Lumine archetype if you were to run like Pyro Lumine. I don't really like this team a lot because it suffers from a huge energy problem. And the fact that once Xingqiu's burst is down, you can make Kale run Favonia's Warbo, but once Xingqiu's burst is down, it's really hard to get the Burgeons going in. You end up like burning your enemy instead of Burgeon, and that's not a very good reaction. So typically I will keep my Lumine on Dendro form, unless there's like a specific abyss that required me to be on Burgeon for some reason, or maybe the enemy has high Dendro resistance and just can't use Dendro Lumine. So there's that. So I'm just gonna bring Lumine back to Dendro form. I still think Dendro Lumine is the strongest form, and we'll see. We'll see what Cryo Lumine brings us. So yeah, Alright, so that's it for our characters. Is there anything else do you guys wanna take a look at? I know it is getting late for everybody, so we can also call it here and talk about other parts of the account. I know I did talk already a little bit about the weapons. Maybe I'll go through that really quickly. Out of the event weapons, honestly, because it's an event weapon, just level them up because event weapons are like cheaper to level up. But all of them, probably the achievements. Okay. What are the pros and cons about being a non-wish account? Thanks Toxic Twink for the follow. The pros and cons of being a non-wish account. So the pros is that you don't spend any money. So you can save your money, which is a big pro. The other pro is that you can challenge yourself. So a lot of content creators and a lot of people in general who have played this game for a long time will tell you that, oh, Genshin has no end game, or you know, after a while like it gets boring because you have all the characters already. You never have this problem if you are no wish because the content has scaled so dramatically hard that combat is always going to be interesting. You can see that I don't even have 36 star abyss. I only have 33 stars. 36 is not even possible for this account right now, but there's always the idea that there's always something you can pursue. There's always a part of the content that's going to keep you engaged, just because of the limitations of your account. And I spent like last week, you guys saw, I spent like a great number of hours just to get 33 star. But it kept me engaged. It's something that you actually feel like it's a really true achievement of being able to, you know, even if it's not 36 stars, like getting any stars with no wish is actually quite an achievement in itself. Just based on the amount of investment that you have to put in your characters. So the cons are, you know, obviously you might not be able to get or try the characters that you want right away. It is, I want to say, really, really difficult to get to a point of, like, when you see my account, now that I have a lot of characters, I am able to make a lot of teams. But when you're first starting out in a no-wish account, it is very hard, especially your first year, when you have under-leveled artifacts, under-leveled weapons, under-leveled characters, and you don't even have enough characters to form like 2 teams of characters. It's really, really tough, especially if like you can't build like anything. And I struggled through that for like the entire first year. Wasn't even able to enter Abyss until after my first year when I even had like two teams available for like Abyss. So that's one of the big cons. So you really have to play the long game. If you want to like just play Genshin and get the fun of like trying out the coolest 5-star unit there is out there, then you know you go for it. But if we're like, no wish is really not so much of a challenge for me. It's more of like a lifestyle, if I want to put it that way. It's more of a way that I've chosen to engage with this game, in that I don't want to engage with the gacha mechanic because that's sort of, you know, I don't want to be reliant on and tempted by MiHoYo to always pull the next upcoming character. I want to see what I can do with just, you know, the original cast. And that's kind of actually been really good for me because I've definitely been tempted to pull for like characters like Furina, like making sure like I'm grounded in the fact that, you know, I can enjoy this game completely without pulling. I can still like have my favorite characters. I don't necessarily have to use them in combat though, right? Have you ever been tempted to pull? Yes, I have. Definitely when Raiden came out, a lot of people were telling me, yeah, we should pull Raiden, yeah, oh, she's gonna be great. And look at those people now. Where is Raiden fallen? But Kazuha, I definitely really wanted to pull Kazuha. Kazuha would have made it like so much easier. I used to use Raiden. But yeah, I've been tempted quite a few times. Starting a new no-wish account. Welcome in, Toxic Twin. Starting a new Norwich account from today compared to yours is a little different. Sad face. Yeah, it is quite a bit different. It's possible, much more limited starting from today, 2025, or even an account that started last year. I really tried at R5 festering. Yes. I didn't go through this too much, but Festering Desire is probably the strongest event weapon we have ever gotten, and that was like way back in version 1.1, which was it 1.2? Might have been 1.2. Sorry, 1.2 was the Dragon Spine patch. And if you're starting a Norwich character at this point of the game, it's not just hard because you have to start from scratch and you don't get access to the previous event weapons. Honestly, not having Festering Desire is not so much of a big deal as much as the fact that Abyss has power crept so much to the point where, you know, basically because of like Malvika and Sitlali and the fact that they've started to really power creep the 5 stars and started to scale Abyss up to that level. Like even right now with my fully built account and all my cards, I can only 33 star. Like a year from now, like I wonder, like, you know, once like a new player is finally built his account, will they even be able to step into floor 12? Or, like, will they, kind of thing? Like, it's actually getting so much harder because of how power creep is getting to a point in Genshin, where it's starting to be like, being able to clear Abyss is like starting to get further and further away for a lot of Norwich players, even for the long timers. So if you're just starting out, for example, like from version 1.0 to at least like 3.0 or even 4.0, I want to say, like Abyss is sort of, it has grown over time. Like it has gotten more and more difficult, but it was never at a point where, like, you know, it was just completely out of reach. There was always a chance of like, hey, if they just gave out a free Bennett, we could actually do this. And for a long time in the 2.x and the 3.x patches, it actually felt that way. Like a lot of times we were like, I was so close to like the 34 and 35. It was like, yeah, if they just gave us a Bennett, we could have done this. And then 4.0 hit and they gave us a Bennett, and then they scaled the Abyss up so that even having a Bennett didn't work, you know? And now we're kind of at the point where I'm almost thinking like, no, even if they gave us all of the 4 stars for free, like, you know, it wouldn't even be enough. They would have to give us like Constellation C6 for like all of like the strongest characters, for example, to even have a shot. And like you've probably seen like clips on YouTube where they do like 4-star clears, but those are really high Constellation clears. You have like C6 Xingqiu, C6 Youngling, C6 Bennett, C6 Fischl, C6 Beidou, C6, you know, so on and so forth. Having low constellations on these 4 stars really hurts. And the fact that because we don't wish, we don't have access to the other Favonius weapons, like we only have access to Favonius Warbow. You will see that every other 4-star run is running Favonius Sword, you know, all basically the Favonius weapons or sack weapons. Because the 4 stars unfortunately just suffer from energy issues. And the Favonius weapons alleviate that so that you can run higher DPS on the 4 stars. And also their 4 stars are also high constellation, so it's a lot more investment. And probably also generate more energy. But yeah, I totally agree with you, Toxic. Like, it's definitely a lot harder to start a Norwich right now. I have full respect for people who do though. Because, you know, for me, like doing Norwich is not so much about challenging yourself to beat Abyss. It's just it's really just a way for you to sort of have sense of self-control and self-discipline, and to say, you know, maybe I can enjoy this game for more than just its cast of 5-star characters. Maybe I can enjoy this game for its open world exploration content. And you can see that based on my exploration of this entire map, I really like the exploration. Maybe I can enjoy it for its story quest. You know, maybe I can enjoy it for the puzzles, or yeah, even like the brief moments you can co-op with some of your friends. You know, or for its events. There are so many things that are in this game. Serenity Pot, TCG, if you like TCG. A lot of people don't. It's kind of dead now, but there are so many things in this game that's beyond just like collecting characters. And at some point, you know, I'll look back at this journey and I'll say, you know, this was so much more fulfilling than if I just had to pursue every, you know, new shiny character that comes in that MidHoyo is going to throw at me because they need to sell characters every, you know, couple of patches, which is what they're literally doing. and you can see how mad people are about it, right? You know, I'm basically selling Malvika with this event. I'm like, yeah, that's what they're supposed to do. But if you're like, if you've already like set for yourself that like, hey, I'm not pulling and I'm disciplined, and you know, I've decided to play this game without falling into Gamba or the whole gacha mechanic, the fact that it's constantly tempting you and constantly, I mean, it's still your decision to pull in the end, but it's constantly pushing you in every direction, in every way to pull and to spend your money in the most foolish way possible, basically. It's just how it's gacha designed. So completely understand if you want to do it, but if you're able to get out of that, then you can actually enjoy this game without having to worry about your wallet, which is, I think, a very powerful thing. So if you can do it, no props to you. It's like playing a single Grand Theft Auto game without doing a single crime. Without doing a crime? I don't know about that, but I feel like Grand Theft Auto's point is to do that though, right? Isn't it? But that's the thing though. People see Genshin as a gacha game, but it's not only a gacha game. At least that's what this is. I hope I can try to show you guys. It's not just a gacha game. It's so much more than that. And I think you know, with its beautiful music, it's the beautiful scenery, it's so much more than what, you know, people in the community and content creators might make it out to be. So I really encourage you to, you know, explore what you like best about the game. And if what you like best about the game is collecting characters, then so be it. But if, you know, if anything, like, you know, this big volcano, or like the fact that you have great music, a great story, look at this volcano, it's exploding again. I didn't even get to my like spot, it's already exploded. Not like this. Yeah, but the fact that you could that there are people out there like me, and I'm not the only one. There are a group of us who do know it. So if you are either already part of a group or want to join, you can DM me or ping me in the Discord and let me know. I can invite you to that group. There are a bunch of us who encourage each other to sort of play this game less like a gacha, and, you know, more like a I'm just here for the ride kind of thing, and seeing where this goes. So yeah. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Achievements, I don't know if there's like a really quick way to achievement completed 1361. I still have a lot to work on, especially in the Night Shell section of the Natland. But we'll get there. I think it's like 14 something, right? Is the max achievements right now. We'll definitely get there at some point. But yeah. 1455. Nice. Okay. I think I've yapped a lot. We're probably gonna call it here. Let me just check my resin really quick. Okay, 68 is probably fine. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, thank you guys for being around, and yeah, being supportive of the stream definitely helps. How far will we go? This account will go until the end of Untitled Chapter. So at least until Stesnaya. After that, we'll probably start using Primos. But that's still a couple of years out, so until then, we will keep adding it until Genshin Part 2, basically. Yeah, the goal will be the probably Saritsa. It's gonna be the goal. We'll see. Dying Slave maybe. But until then, yes, we will be calling it here. Do make sure you guys check out this nice volcano spot though. It's actually pretty cool. We're gonna go ahead and start a raid. Let me get the raid message in the chat. We're gonna go ahead and raid out to Lucky, who is playing Monster Hunter Wilds. Hope you guys have enjoyed the account review. We'll be back again tomorrow for more shenanigans. Maybe we'll finish up like the Kave hangout event. Just because I have it done like halfway. Good night, Saber. Good night, Leanne. Thank you guys for sticking around. Do appreciate all of you guys. We will also be posting the account review live on YouTube, so do remember to check that out. We do have a Discord channel. Check me out on the Discord channel for updates on when I'm streaming. Stream at 5 p.m. every Saturday and Sunday, unless I say I'm not. Emily Quest Shirley Kobe. Alright. We'll see. I think it'll be nice. We'll see. Alright, take care guys. Let's go ahead and say hi to Lucky. He is playing Monster Hunter. And he's also been really great. So a great friend of the stream, so let's go say hi to him. Have a good night everyone, take care. And we'll see you tomorrow. Alright, bye bye.